to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Takes us to Fort Dorchester High School tonight in a Region 8-5A matchup. Good evening, everybody. I'm ABC News 4's Dean Stevens, along with our sports director, Scott Eisberg. What's going on now is the playoff scramble, the playoff shuffle. The number one seed out of each region gets an automatic pass into the state playoffs, but it's that 2 through 5 seed where the scramble happens.
No doubt about it. And right now, it looks like Somerville is set for this region. They should be the number one seed. West Ashley is just a game behind them. West Ashley, a lot to play for. Fort Dorchester certainly wants to be the spoiler.
Well, when you talk about West Ashley, look no further than number 10, Kristen Jenkins.
Yeah, the name Jenkins should ring out to West Ashley fans. She is the sister of former West Ashley star football player and basketball player Kenyatta Jenkins. She is their leader, scores about 14 points a game, and is definitely a good IQ player.
As for Fort Dorchester, they got a couple players averaging double figures. Our spotlight tonight on number 21, Jordan Mapp.
Yeah, their head coach, Javon Gilliard, says she is the one that will be recruited. She has all the talent in the world, still growing into her game, but talent is unlimited with Jordan Mapp.
Tonight, it is the Lady Patriots and the Lady Wildcats kicking off our doubleheader. That's coming up next. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back to North Charleston, Fort Dorchester High School. High School Hoops on My TV Charleston, sponsored by Roper St. Francis. Roper St. Francis Hospital, where experience matters. And experience certainly going to matter in this game, Scotty. Seniors are going to need to step up for Fort Dorchester. We talked about Jordan Mapp, also number 10. Ashley Going, she's averaging 11 points, 11 rebounds a game.
Yeah, she's getting some college looks, USC, Salkehatchie, Denmark Tech, so you know she's got next-level talent, and they're going to try to utilize her as well. They've got the home court advantage, and they're ready to roll against a really good West Ashley team, a West Ashley team that they've got some big wins this year.
Mapp driving the baseline, tries to bang it off of a Lady Wildcat leg. She was kind of forced out, but it's going to be a turnover for Fort Dorchester on their first possession.
And we'll point it out right now because we've pointed it out every other game that we've done. The girls playing for Fort Dorchester do not have to wear masks tonight. The girls playing for West Ashley do. Charleston County Schools rules against Dorchester District 2 rules. So that is how it is. And it's a bit ironic because Dorchester 2 was the district that was more cautious through this whole thing. They had the longer quarantine than Charleston County, but Charleston County is forcing their players to wear masks. Dorchester, too, is giving their players the option.
You saw the speed of Kristen Jenkins on the Lady Wildcats' last possession, really able to slash and get to the basket. They take it inside. That one goes in and out. Scramble on the floor. It's going to be picked up by Goings. Dishes it off. Here come the Lady Patriots. Down the right side, that's Mapp, not able to get the layup to go. You know, both of these coaches extremely grateful and excited for their teams to be able to play on TV tonight. I don't know if that contributes to butterflies in the stomach, but after a couple possessions, you get through it and get back to work.
Yeah, Mitch White, the coach for West Ashley, is a career advocate for women's basketball. I mean, that's kind of what he's done for his career. He's coached it. He's coached football as well, but he's a big women's basketball advocate. He coached in the college game, University of New Orleans, UAB, and so to him, this means a lot. You know, getting women's basketball out there and promoting women's basketball means a lot.
As Jenkins takes it inside, blocked out of bounds. Apologize for the video right now. We're working off of Wi-Fi to get our signal out to you, to limit our footprint during these COVID times. Scott and I back in the sales conference office here at the TV station. Back inside for Jenkins. Rebound picked up by Janiah Hayward. She'll be fouled and go to the line.
She doesn't score a whole lot, but at 6 feet tall, she's got to do the dirty work underneath. There's Mitch White, longtime Charleston County school employee. He's kind of done it all, been everywhere, and more or less came out of retirement for this job, but he's excited to have it. He's happy to be at West Ashley, and I feel like he's been invigorated by this group. You know, it's kind of given him a new lease on coaching. He's really enjoyed taking over this program and done a nice job. He's a student concern specialist over at Academic Magnet School of the Arts. He makes the trip every day over to West Ashley to coach, and I think he's excited and happy to do that.
We'll do our best to fill you in on the action as the picture clears. First free throw goes for Hayward, second does not. So it's 1-0 off the rip here, West Ashley up. Shot inside, block, picked up by the Lady Cats. Going to take it forward, another missed layup. They've certainly had their opportunities under the basket. 0 for 5 from within a couple of feet. That bucket's going to go. Ashley Goings gets on the board. Everybody's doing their best over the last, 11 months now to work through COVID, and this is
part of it. You know, it's most of our business has adapted. I'll tell you, it's been really cool to see the way a lot of it is adapted, but it just doesn't always work. You know, perfect example, you know, I've been anchoring the news from my home for almost a year now and have kind of gotten used to doing it, but there's always those nights where Dean does sports because my picture freezes up and there's no Scott during that commercial break.
Good trips down memory lane. Annika Henneman, number 3. She's just a sophomore. Picks off the pass right there. It dribbled inside. Right-hand layup doesn't go. Rebound again for the Lady Patriots. That's Mapp off the glass. Rebound picked up by Jalen Fayal. She's also very active for this team. She puts in the left-handed layup. She averages 9 a game, and it's a 3-2 West Ashley lead.
You know, she's kind of that flash and dash option for West Ashley. She's going to make the spectacular play. She's the one that you're going to see that's going to kind of catch fire as Goings hits again for Dorchester. But, you know, those excitement players are the ones that kind of keep you coming back for more, and you never know what you're going to get from her. I think a girl like Kristen Jenkins, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get that 15 and 5. She's going to be your steady scorer, but it's nice to have some players who are just kind of flash players.
Kennedy Schaefer drives the lane, not able to get it in. Mapp struggles to get the ball to one of her teammates as she was double teamed. as we hit our first media timeout. It's a 4-3 Fort Dorchester game. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet, also Will Lou Gray. They're sponsoring our Points in the Paint. Will Lou Gray, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. Keys to the game, Scotty?
Well, I think the keys for the game for Fort Dorchester is get off to some sort of a lead. Kind of show that you're there against West Ashley. Fort Dorchester hasn't had that win in region yet. They want that win. You got to establish yourselves early. And for the West Ashley Wildcats, it's play your game. Listen to Mitch White. He knows what he's talking about. He's been doing this for a long time. Just kind of follow his lead and rely on Kristen Jenkins and do what you've been doing. They've had some really good wins this year.
There's Jenkins with her first 2 points over the game. Some substitutions now for Fort Dorchester. London Alford, number 12, in for the game. 3-pointer doesn't go. Alford, just a freshman. Shot back inside, in and out. Tight rims today. Good rebound, forced out of bounds, able to throw it ahead. Here comes Jenkins down the right side. Nice layup, and it'll go.
Nice take there. She saw the other player down low was kind of covered, and she knows she's a pretty good finisher, so she took it, and that was a really nice play by Jenkins.
These are Will Lou Gray points in the paint by Jenkins. She does a nice job getting herself inside that lane, creating a mismatch problems for the good hands by Kennedy Schaefer, the senior for West Ashley, to knock it out of bounds. Jalen Fayal going to come back in the game.
Talk a little. Go ahead, Dino.
I was going to say, the Lady Wildcats again 2-1 in region play. Fort Dorchester looking for their first win of the region. They've only played 5 games this year. Shot from the outside doesn't go. Good rebound by number 24. That's Schaefer again, moving the ball up. I don't know if they're going to say she carried it. Looked to me a little bit like Goings got her hand on it.
Take another look right here.
That's Jordan Mapp. Tough call.
Yeah, I think it's a fair call. There's their head coach, Javon Gilliard. Hasn't found a weight room that he hasn't liked. We work out at the same gym, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. We both go.
He doesn't go to the Paw Patrol gym. His Map inside. She's going to pull it out, throw up the jumper off the glass. Her first 2 of the game.
Thanks close a little late off of Ashley Phosphate Road, but Javon Gilliard coaching 21 years now, originally an Orangeburg County native, went to Holly Hill Roberts from the town of Holly Hill, and for a small town, incredible sports acumen coming from the town of Holly Hill. Of course, Brett Gardner the longest tenured New York Yankee, a Holly Hill native, as is Willie Randolph from Holly Hill, South Carolina. It's a great athletic talent coming before Javon Gilliard.
Fayol with her second basket of the game. That one's a Will Lou Gray point in the paint.
Gilliard down.
9-6 lead. Here they come again. That's Jada Ravenel getting her hand in there. Gonna call it double dribble. Good action from baseline to baseline tonight.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good run and gun play, which is fun for us to watch. And there's Gilliard taking another look at him. He's got to work on arms, though. He's got to get those arms up to par. Yeah, he went to Benedict College, second year at Fort Dorchester, and he has been a college assistant at Columbia International University. That's where he worked. I saw he had the 803 cell phones. We had a little talk about that. But Javon Gilliard doing a nice job, and we'll talk plenty tonight about the woman in red sitting to his right, your left on that bench. That is two-time gold medalist Katrina McClain, his top assistant.
Number 12, Zoe Harris gets her first action of the game. Schaefer loses the handle on it. It's going to be picked up by Henneman, just a sophomore. She's going to push it forward. Nice body control, but Goings can't get it in. Goings back inside. She's fouled on the play by Jenkins. Great sportsmanship there. Now Goings gets this rebound. Doesn't need to bring it back down. Keep it up over your head. Can't reach up there. A 9-6 game.
Goings has really been the standout so far for the Fort Dorchester girls. We've called her name quite a bit. She's been involved on the offensive side and on the defensive side. And, you know, she doesn't show, but she's got, pretty good size as well, about 5'11", so she can play down there with the bigs.
Makes both free throws. She's got 6 on the night. Brings the Lady Patriots to within a point. Hey, anytime, I don't care what level you play on, anytime you're averaging a double-double, points and rebounds.
I'd like to be 5'11".
Mackenzie, I'd like for you to be 5'11". Mackenzie Stewart, number 22, into the game. So is Maddie Kelso. Is Mitch White getting some subs in, getting that bench a little bit of work, save some little bit of energy. Turnover is going to lead to a fast break. Going to call a charge on London Alford. Not sure her right foot ever came off the floor.
Alford, one of the young stars for this Fort Dorchester team. She's only a freshman, so you got to kind of look out for her. Kai Mack, number 4 on this team, who starts, is only an 8th grader. So the future bright for Fort Dorchester, to be sure.
Three-pointer, the buzzer doesn't go. We've got a close one. It's a 9-8 West Ashley lead. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis Hospital, where experience matters. Look at Kai Mack, the 8th grader, number 4. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Fort Dorchester High School. Right now, Fort Dorchester putting 2 8th graders out on the floor. Number 4, Kai Mack, and number 20, Sierra Bird. You look at the future of a program, you bring in 2 8th graders playing some critical minutes here to start the second quarter.
Fort Dorchester as a school, though, has some history with playing 8th graders. A certain DeCarrion Joyner played as an 8th grader for Fort Dorchester High School in football.
Three-pointer doesn't go. Ashley Goings with the rebound. Mapp's going to bring it up. Henneman shoots it inside. Bird looks. She's going to dish it off. Scramble on the floor. Going to call a jump ball.
You know, when you play 8th graders, I don't think you could expect a whole lot of scoring from them. But I think the one thing that you can expect from them is to have some nerves out there. They've got to overcome them. You know, they know that they're playing on TV tonight. They know that they're watching. But when you see an 8th grader knock down a shot like that, perfect timing, I guess the confidence comes.
Well, we saw her in the break there. She doesn't look like an 8th grader, doesn't shoot like an 8th grader. She gives her team the lead. Nice drive inside by Fayol. Ties up the game 11-11.
You know, Kai Mack, only 8th grade, 5'11", and she's going to grow. I mean, that's the thing about her. She's not done growing. Her dad, Richard, 6'9", didn't play basketball. I think Coach said he's a truck driver. He didn't play basketball, but you know, when you have a dad that's 6'9", you'll grow into that frame, and you know that's when the big-time recruiters are going to start to come out. Once you, it's like that threshold in women's basketball. You get to 6 feet. Now, all right, now you're bringing in recruiters. You're bringing in college coaches because it just is not that often that you see really good players over 6 feet tall. So she looks like she'll get to that.
Telling you what, looks like his bicep had a ham for dinner.
And he's got the perfect fitting shirt. Like, you got to show that bicep. You don't wear loose fitting shirts.
How about Stewie? Stewie 6'9"?
My dad, 6'9"?
Yeah.
No. 5'8", same frame as me.
They're going to go inside, get the running layup. Like Jenkins, her 6th of the game. 13-12, West Ashley now. There's Mapp going left side and right side. Love how she is able to use both hands. I mean, you can't tell whether she's left-handed or right-handed.
No, that's a huge advantage. You know, there are some sports, basketball obviously not one of them. You're not going to shoot from the outside left-handed. But, I mean, I grew up playing lacrosse, right? And I know lacrosse is not a huge sport here in the area. But the number one thing you learn to do in lacrosse is play equally left-handed and right-handed. You play your left hand has to be as good as your right hand if you're a right-handed player, and that's number one thing that's going to get you on the court. And I always thought, you know, lacrosse kind of had it right, teaching people to go both sides. You know, baseball, obviously, you've got switch hitters out there, but not everyone switch hits. In lacrosse, everyone switch hits, if you will.
A good foul by Mack inside. Hayward was able to get position, looking for an easy layup. At least push her to the line, make her hit both. Gets her first. She's 1 of 3 from, or 2 of 3 from the line tonight.
She does have a nice touch.
Make it 3 of 4, and a 15-12 lead here in the second quarter.
You can just tell a little bit about a shooter when you see him at the foul line, and she's confident up there, has a nice soft touch. She's a player that could bring her game outside if she needs to.
Bird inside, loses the handle. For Fort Dorchester right now with 2 8th graders and then a sophomore on the floor. Fayol kicks it up. Great body control inside by Jenkins. She leads the team now with 8 with 17-12 lead.
Her brother, Kenyatta Jenkins, was an electrifying athlete for West Ashley.
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah, he didn't have a ton of size, but man, did he have speed and talent. He was a lot of fun to watch. And I always remember Kenyatta Jenkins. You know, you always remember guys for certain things, and I always remember her brother Kenyatta Jenkins because it was something that team did. I guess it was not this past year, but the year before that when I guess it was William Weinberg was the head coach that year, and they would go to the elementary schools in West Ashley, and they would help unload the kids off the bus. The football players would do it, and Kenyatta Jenkins was so good with my little girl when she was getting out of the car. He unbuckled her and held her hand as she walked in. I always thought that was very cool of Kenyatta Jenkins.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Schaefer going 1 of 2 from the line, make it 18-12.
West Ashley as a school has had a lot of turnover of late, the last couple of years. Principal turnover, athletics director turnover, men's basketball turnover, women's basketball, and then 3 coaches in the last 3 years on the football side. But it looks like Donnie Kiefer here to stay as their head football coach.
And a turnover on the floor leads to this fail back to Jenkins. I mean, it's deja vu. I think that happened 2 possessions ago.
Yeah, no doubt.
So West Ashley taking it strong to the hole, driving and working the paint. As Jenkins finishes off 3-point play and 21-12. Or 21-13, should I say. Missed a point somewhere along the way. Mapp looks the baseline, kicks it back out. Going to call a walk, I believe. They're going to call it a walk on Bird. A chance for West Ashley here to extend that 8-point lead.
You know, I think we were just talking about all the...
Maxine King holding the ball there.
All the turnover at West Ashley. I think when they brought in Mitch White, they kind of wanted to stabilize the women's basketball team. He came in late last year as Jenkins scores again, early front runner for our player of the game. And Mitch White brings in that stability of knowing how to build a program, just really being a fundamentals guy, a ton of coaching experience, over 30 years doing it, and that's exactly what they wanted out of Mitch White, and he's done it, and he's turned them into a really good winner.
Fail with another great assist, this time to Maxine King. Her first bucket of the game, started by the turnover that Jenkins created. Now 26-13. We'll call another turnover on the Lady Patriots. We'll give them immediate timeout. You're watching High School Hoops on My TV Charleston, sponsored by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. Lady Patriots just breaking the huddle, trying to find a rhythm and find a groove. Turnovers certainly have hurt them here in the second quarter. Just 5 points in this quarter. They've been outscored 15-5. Maxine King going to bring it up for the Lady Cats. Daisy Alexander, sophomore, in the game, I believe, for the first time. She'll be called for the walk as she slides, trying to put the brakes on. It was great talking to Mitch White, coach at West Ashley yesterday. About 45 seconds into the conversation, I figured out you and I, our paths have crossed over the last 30 years. He was an assistant coach over at St. Andrews, her football program, and Dave Spurlock. A much-needed bucket there by Ashley Goings to cut that lead at 26-15.
Yeah, he's kind of been everywhere, seen everything.
Great ball movement, get it back into the hands of Hayward.
He said, the thing I laughed about with Mitch White was we said, I said, man, you've been in and out, in and out. He goes, every couple of years I got to make a bunch of money. I go into private business, and then I get the itch to coach again. I go back to education, and I go back to private business, back to education. So he's made a career. He said that the one itch that he wanted to scratch, the one thing that he wanted to kind of check off that list of his was to coach college basketball. That was always his dream, and he did that. He was a recruiting coordinator at UAB, and then he said he made the best decision getting out of it. He was coaching at the University in New Orleans. Ooh, tough foul right there. Seems like everybody's just fine, but he said he got out of University in New Orleans right before Katrina hit. Was able to escape Katrina, not knowing it was coming, but he got out that year. And Bob Hayes hired him at Wando High School.
Well, in our notes, I mean, he played baseball and basketball at Baptist College, which of course now is Charleston Southern. But I mean, the names that he kept talking about who helped him are names everybody knows in this area. I mean, Bob Hayes and David Reese kept coming up over and over again. Richard Luden, Dave Spurlock.
Yeah, everybody that you talk to, likes Mitch White. He's just a good guy, and genuinely cares about the kids. And like he said, this year's been a challenge. He's not the biggest technology guy, Zoom meetings and everything else like that, but he has been a stabilizing force for the West Ashley Wildcats.
There's Jada Ravenel, the sophomore, with the free throws. As we get close to the 2-minute mark, an important possession here for the Lady Patriots. Down 11.
Mitch White, he went to one of the premier athletic high schools in the state of South Carolina as far as putting out talent, in every sport. He went to Lower Richland High School. The amount of professional athletes that have come out of Lower Richland High School is an incredible list. David Patton and Richard Seymour and Rolando Howell and Pokey Reese, and the list goes on and on of athletes from all sorts of different sports.
That's Jenkins. Cats up 13 now. Jenkins with 15. Second straight three-pointer by Ravenel. Doesn't go. I think the one thing the Lady Patriots will talk about at the half is finding Jordan Mapp, giving her some opportunity to score here. She's only got 2, averages 12. Shot inside doesn't go. Going to be a foul on the reach-in by London Alford. Like the way West Ashley plays. We've got a scoring threat in Kristen Jenkins, but they move the ball around really well to find the open shot. And when they've got to run it, Jalen Fayal has been great out on the break.
They really have, a good grasp of the game of basketball. They kind of play within their sets, within themselves, have a role on this team, and they play it well. I've been impressed with them. I really have been impressed with West Ashley, and they've got some really nice wins this year. They beat Stall, they beat Ashley Ridge. They've gotten some nice wins under the belt.
Well, you go back to their first 3 games, which was back in December, I guess. They lost to Goose Creek by 11, and then they lost by a point to Goose Creek. And then they lost a double overtime to Berkeley. Jenkins takes it inside, it's a spin move. She has taken over this game. 31-16. Here comes Mapp. She's going to take it strong to hole. Dishes off inside. Bucket by.
That was Goings.
That's Goings. So, I mean, they start off 0-3 in some really tight games, except the one to Goose Creek. Then they come back and beat Berkeley. We watched them the other night.
Yeah.
As they beat Goose Creek. They lost that game. They won that game by 7. Nice block inside by Goings. And then you take a 4-week break.
Yeah.
And they come back and handle Stahl and Ashley Ridge and lose by 8 to Somerville.
Looks like they've called a timeout. We're right before the half. We apologize for our clock. It's an automated clock system that we've had some troubles with, and so I wouldn't pay too much attention to that clock on the bottom right because it's not going to steer you in the right direction. We can't control that right now, but that's why I was saying I couldn't tell if they were going to a timeout or a halftime. If 5.4 is correct, then it makes sense that they're going to drop a final play of the half.
Yeah, they need to get a good shot here. Last two. Ravenel threw up a couple of threes that looked good out of her hand. I'm being told about 15 seconds left here. So give them an opportunity to set something up. Looks like West. So Lady Wildcats have the ball under the basket. Apologize for that. Fayle's going to throw it in. Throws it to Jenkins, going to be taken away by Goings. She's going to take it the length of the floor, dish it off. There you go. Well, that's Goings there. So an important basket, make it an 11-point game. Fayle's going to push it up, then toss it out.
Great fundamental end of the half there by Fort Dorchester to get the steal, to convert, to have that momentum going into the locker room. They're down 11, but they are very much in this game.
You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis Hospital, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. You got a friend in the car business. MUSC Youth Collaborative halftime report. MUSC Youth Collaborative leading the way in youth substance use services. For more information, you can text youth to 44332. And good evening, everybody. Once again, MUSC Youth Collaborative joining our team to help put these broadcasts together. Thanks for being here, Dr. Erin McClure, Renee Roundtree. First of all, tell everybody a little bit about the collaborative.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the Youth Collaborative at MUSC is a group of clinicians and researchers, educators. We're really dedicated to fostering healthy development in adolescents. And so we offer clinical services, research opportunities, educational programs to address adolescent substance use. And we also want to encourage youth to get into the fields of science and medicine.
Absolutely. Renee, talk a little bit about what you do and how people can get involved.
So I'm a community outreach coordinator, and I develop partnerships with the community members and with our schools. So if anybody is interested in contacting us, they can call us at 843-792-9257, email at youth@musc.edu, or text youth to 44332. We're excited to work with you.
Talk a little bit about the response in the community and some of the results you see.
We've had many partnerships. We're partnered with 25 schools in the Low Country. We are partnered with a few of the larger events. We're excited to be a part of the STEM Festival and the Black Expo in March. And so we're really excited to extend our resources within the community.
How important, Doctor, is this for kids in our community?
Oh, it's so important. So we really want to prevent substance use in the first place. But for those who are struggling with substance use, we want to give them the opportunity to get treatment and also to contribute to science so we can better understand substance use.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for being part of our team.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, so all you got to do is text youth to 44332. Well, each week, David Ayler Law Offices and Writers Law Group proud to highlight a scholar athlete from each participating school. The students selected will have an opportunity to win a $2,500 scholarship at the end of the season. Over the past 3 years, David Ayler Law Offices given out over $17,000 in scholarship money to local high school students from around the Low Country. Tonight's scholar athletes, let's start over at West Ashley. That is Jack Webb. He's got a 3.11 GPA. He's a 3-year varsity basketball, works with the Charleston Baptist Church Group, and also is involved with the Operation Christmas Child. Over at Fort Dorchester, that is Whitney Clevenger. She's got a 5.008 GPA. Member of the soccer team. She was Defensive Player of the Year, the MVP, all region. As for the community involvement, she volunteers at Third Sunday Homeless Shelter, Adopt a Highway, and also Water Mission International. So congratulations to Jack and Whitney being our scholar athletes of the week. You're watching the MUSC Youth Collaborative Halftime Report. It's 31-20 West Ashley over Fort Dorchester. To the MUSC Youth Collaborative Halftime Report. We talked about David Ayler and the things that he does for a lot of our scholar athletes. Here's Scott Eisberg now talking with David a little bit more.
David Ayler of the Ayler Law Offices, the presenting sponsor of our scholar athlete. David, this is something special every year. Didn't know if we'd have basketball this year. Luckily, we do. How special is it to give it, especially this year when people might need it a little more?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, this is a tough year on everybody, particularly families with young children that are going to be moving into the next phase of their lives. These are great athletes that are going to be moving into all types of career paths and colleges, and it's really great to be a part of it and just try to help out in a little bit of a way.
I know you're a scholar yourself. It's got to be nice when they are scholar athletes.
Absolutely. But they're not scholars just in the classroom. Everything that they do, of course, on the court, but also outside of the school, outside of playing sports, what they do in their community means almost more than anything.
David Ayler from the Ayler Law Offices.
And our thanks to David Ayler Law Offices and the Writers Law Group for being a part of not only our high school basketball coverage, but also our Friday night rivals during high school football season. We certainly appreciate their participation and their support of local high school sports. We're back in 2 minutes. West Ashley with a 31-20 lead. Third quarter action coming up after this. Welcome back to the MUSC Youth Collaborative halftime report. Right now, the scores for the game for West Ashley, the Lady Wildcats. Kristen Jenkins averaging 18 points a game. Well, she's already there. She's got 17, 4 in the first quarter, and then she picked up 13 in the second quarter. Jana Hayward inside, number 42, has got 5. Maxine King's got a pair, and then Jalen Fayol really handling the break tonight for the Lady Wildcats. She's got 6. On the other side of the ledger, Ashley Goings leading the way for the Lady Patriot. She's got 2 right now. Kai Mack has got 3. That three-pointer came in the second quarter. Jordan Mapp, that's a big surprise, just 2 at the break. When we come up, we're coming back with third quarter action, 11-point lead. See if West Ashley can keep Fort Dorchester at a distance. There you go, Big Mike protecting the hardware tonight for us. 31-20.
After watching what Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady did with hardware today in Tampa, you got to take care of hardware.
Yeah, he tossed the Lombardi Trophy.
Literally from boat to boat. I guess when you've got 7
like it was a 30-yard pass. It was about 7 yards across the middle.
Would you throw the Lombardi Trophy 7 yards?
If I had 7 of them, I would. You know, we were talking about the coach of West Ashley, Mitch. I love some of the things he said. He goes, you know, we're not overly big, we're not overly quick, we're not overly talented, but we're getting better.
Yep.
Said they played certainly better before the pandemic. He said he really loves as they progress and how well they've been doing. Also gives big shout out to his assistant coaches. We'll talk about them in a little bit. One, interestingly enough, played for him at St. Andrews High School.
One of his assistant coaches, he said, thank God for her, because otherwise I would have to fill out the roster and the stats on Max Preps, and there's no way I was figuring it out.
We're going to go back inside, not going to get it. Second shot, no good. They're going to keep that on the Lady Wildcats end. That's Kennedy Schaefer.
Yeah, Mitch is a good guy, and so I guess thankful for his time in Charleston County would be one way to say it. Thankful to be coaching. Thankful he got this call. He said thankful for all the coaches he's worked for. He said every Sunday night to this day still does Sunday supper with Dave Spurlock. You know, he said they're just such close friends. They do dinner on Sunday evenings together. He just has those strong bonds. I know I had dinner with him at Ronnie Dupree's retirement party, and you know, I think he's a guy that has really dedicated his life to the kids that he coaches and the kids that he teaches, and he's done a really, really nice job wherever he's been. He's taken some really tough jobs. He was the head football coach at Stall. He's coached at Wando. He's really been all over the place, and you know, I think he's found a home at West Ashley. Really likes it there.
slow going shot not falling for either team except for now. And it doesn't fall, it fails. The three-pointer for Jalen. It's 34-20. I know one of his assistants he was talking about. Rebound inside, doesn't go. The Goings will go to the line. He was talking about Cliff Edwards, his assistant, a war veteran, and played for him at St. Andrews High School. Coached the JV team.
And I believe he said he played quarterback and linebacker, not a combination you see every day.
Yeah, on the left side of your screen there. And then his other assistant takes care of all the technology things he said he can't do. But was very, very appreciative of them. And boy, it says a lot when a coach says, hey, do me a favor, right? Give a shout out to my assistant coaches.
And as we talk about assistant coaches, we have to talk a little bit more about the assistant coach for Fort Dorchester, because, I mean, you talk about decorated athletes right there in that red jacket. That's a decorated athlete. I mean, 1988, 1992, 1996 Olympics. Katrina McLean played alongside Dawn Staley and Teresa Witherspoon, and just the greats.
Went to UGA, right?
She went to Georgia. Yep, she went to St. Andrews High School, and she went to Georgia and played overseas for a while and became a football mom. Her son Manny just transferred to Coastal Carolina. But, I mean, you covered her. I never covered her as a player. She was before my time. How good was she, do you know?
She was really good. She was one of the best. And then had a chance to, we were covering the Olympics in '96 in Atlanta. Great move by Fail inside, going to give it up. It's Goings with the block. And we were able to go inside the Omni, the lobby. That's where all the athletes were staying, and pass forward, going to be an up and down. Henneman had nowhere to go with it. I mean, that was that was a big deal for us. We were able to get inside the Omni, and we set up an interview with her, did a one-on-one, and just excellent. Great person, great family. And had a chance to get to know Manny a little bit. Quiet, so soft-spoken, just monster on the football field.
Yeah, went to Georgia Tech last year and decided to transfer and play for Jamie Chadwell in Coastal Carolina. Nice left-handed shot right there.
Seen that a couple times now from Fail. She's really impressive controlling this offense. 35-22. Map can't get it to fall. Mack with the rebound off a couple of different Lady Patriots. That one's going to go out of bounds. So we didn't get a chance to talk to Coach Gilliard about his workout routine.
I didn't know he was that just ripped. I'm thoroughly impressed.
Take it back inside, doesn't go. Scramble on the floor. Map's going to come away with it, backed into a corner. Here comes Goings to see if they force the issue here. Fail with the great hands, causes a turnover. Goings comes up limping a little bit, but Coach Mitch's got to be really excited about what he sees right here. I think Coach Gilliard and Coach McLean would tell you they just have not found a rhythm.
While we're talking about the statute of limitations, the statute of limitations is well beyond the '96 Olympics. Isn't there a great story of you leaving the Olympics before the Olympics bombing happened and then racing back to Atlanta?
Yes, that did happen. And I did admit my guilt to my news director at the time. Back inside against Jenkins.
She's really good.
But yes, I was. Map doesn't get it to fall. Here comes Jenkins with it. She pushes it to head. Wise play by King to pull it out. She's like, I'm just going to set up and throw the three. Doesn't get it. Jasmine Mitchell with a rebound. Map's going to push it forward. We had just found out hit him with a shot, doesn't go. My wife and I just found out before the Olympics. In fact, it was the day that I was able to run with the Olympic torch up in Spartanburg County. Got home that night, and Caroline had wrapped a gift for me, and I thought it was, you know, because of running with the Olympic torch and kind of a big deal. And I opened it up, and there was things in there I had no idea. Like there was like some pills and like some other thing I didn't recognize, and then there was a messed up picture. I had no idea what the picture was, and I was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at, honey. She's like, I'm pregnant. It's called a sonogram, and these are like vitamins, and this is like a pacifier. So we go up to the Olympics, and we'd gotten there about 4 or 5 days early, and so we've been up there for I don't know, maybe 10 days or so, and we were heading into the weekend, and so I called my news director and I said, hey, I'd like to come home and hang out with Caroline. She's pregnant, and she's like, yeah, I don't feel so good about that. I think she'd probably stay there. Double dribble. It looks like she had twisted her ankle a little bit. They're going to keep the ball. Part 2 of the story coming up after this. You're watching High School Hoops by Roper. It's not a short story. You're watching High School Hoop, Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. As my wife would say, just land the plane, Dean, land the plane. So anyway, my news director said, I don't feel comfortable you coming home. And I created enough content for the weekend to make it look like I was there. And so I drove home late Friday night after our late newscast following the Olympic coverage. And I don't know, it was probably in this side of Orangeburg, and was getting sleepy and was fiddling with the radio, going back and forth. And then you heard the breaking news music and ABC report on the radio, and there seems to be some kind of explosion at Centennial Park. And then I was like, this can't be happening. And one thing led to another, and called my photographer who was at the hotel. He was heading downtown. Then the bag phone rings again. It's my news director, and she was like, all right, just checking to see if you guys are okay. And I said, yes, we're okay. She's like, tell me you're safe. And I was like, oh boy, I'm really safe, because I'm just closing in on Somerville. So I get home. It was 3 o'clock in the morning maybe, and I walked inside the house and I turned on the TV, and it's never a good sign when Tom Brokaw's on TV at 3 o'clock in the morning or so. So I literally went upstairs, took a shower, and got back in the car and drove back to Atlanta.
That's the situation. I think you gotta fly, right? Don't you gotta fly, or you just couldn't get a flight?
No. I just needed to get back and get to work. So my brother was living in Atlanta at the time. I went to his house, took a nap for about an hour, and went back to work at about 9 or 10 o'clock that morning. So yeah, and I did confess my sins. wasn't soon after the Olympics were over, but yeah, it was quite something.
Yeah, I think we're well beyond the statute of limitations on telling that story. I don't think any of the management is the same, so you should be good to go.
Map shot's going to come up short.
So while we're talking about great players to come out of these programs, we talked about Katrina McLean, who's actually from West Ashley but coaching for Dorchester. The best to ever come out of West Ashley High School has got to be Dakia Cohen. Went on to play for Baylor, and she's still very much involved with the game of basketball. I got to catch up with Dakia this week. We'll hear a little bit from her now, and then in between games, we'd love for you to stay tuned. Much more from Dakia on her time at West Ashley, Baylor, and her journey through professional basketball.
I played after college. My first season was in Spain, and this past year was in Turkey. And this season, I decided not to go because my body just wasn't right. So I just decided to take this season off and take the time to recover and get everything in line for next season. And now is as good as time as any because everything that's going on with COVID is throwing everything out of whack. So I decided to take this year off.
She's dominating.
She was outstanding. Got hurt her senior year at West Ashley. So that kind of pulled her down from the State Player of the Year awards and everything like that. But my gosh, she was an outstanding talent, had a really good career at Baylor. And, she's it's ironic because her brother was also a former Fort Dorchester quarterback, KJ Cohen.
I'll be darned.
And then, yes, we have two basketball stars, West Ashley, whose brothers were star quarterbacks.
So Leah Ross with her first points of the game.
It's so much fun to kind of follow along with the journeys of some of the women's basketball players we've had coming through Charleston because it's such a different journey that they have to take. Most would think, oh, you just want to play in the WNBA, right? And their answer is no. If you want to pay the bills, you want to play in Europe because that's where the money is. You might get on TV here if you're on the WNBA, but you're not making money compared to what you're making in Europe. So it's a very different way of thinking with women's basketball players compared to men's basketball players.
Lady Patriots picking up the defense. They need some turnovers and some easy points.
It's funny, I tried to set up
it's Kira Johnson pressing the ball.
My type of story. I tried to pull off my craziest one, and I missed it by 2 hours. I was with my wife for her 40th birthday in Portugal, and I was in the Lisbon, Portugal airport as Goose Creek's Elisa Welsh was coming to Portugal to play professional basketball, and I tried to set up an interview in the Lisbon, Portugal airport with Elisa Welsh. Our flights missed each other by 2 hours.
Johnson ahead, layup doesn't go. That's Kira Johnson getting her first look at the game. Jasmine Mitchell stops ball, three-quarter court. Yeah, you're easy pass inside,
nice
body,
block.
not going to call it. That's Map. She's looking for her second bucket of the game. She's going to take it all the way in. That's what she needs. Maybe that kick starts her here and her team make it 39-25. Your wife has put up with a lot of sports with you, man.
Yeah,
every time I hear the stories, I'm like, I don't really get it. I don't get it, other than your wife is tremendously loved. No, Scott.
That would have been cool.
You've
to do a story from Portugal.
No, you've taken her to horrible baseball complexes, horrible minor league baseball games to look at stories. Three-pointer doesn't go. I'm just reminding you that Valentine's Day is coming up.
It is.
You should do something very nice.
I always do.
For her. Do you?
Not really, but I mean, it's Valentine's Day every day, Dean, and you should know that more than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You have a wonderful wife, Caroline, who has put up with
don't turn this around. Tell everybody, like, where have you gone on vacations and with your wife where you've turned sports stories?
We've done it. We've done it in Portland, Maine.
Mm-hmm.
We were in Portland, Maine on vacation, and I just happened to see that night for the Portland Sea Dogs, their pitcher, it's a nice little fast break layup right there. Their pitcher that night was Bishop England grad John Cornely, so we had to sneak on over to the stadium and do a story with him.
Daisy Alexander with her first buckets of the game. By the way, you didn't have to.
We did.
But you did.
We
41.
did it. It's great.
25. Lady Wildcats trying to ice this one here as we head into the fourth quarter. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis Hospital, where experience matters. Welcome back, everybody. West Ashley Wildcats up 41-25 on the Lady Patriots. You go back and look at the beginning of this game. There was some shots early on from close range that just wouldn't fall for Fort Dorchester. And they have struggled to find their shooting stroke. Well, West Ashley has seemingly done everything right. Really, great job moving the ball, done a great job finding the open player offensively. Mitch White wants to spread the floor out. He told us a great story back when he was at Baptist College playing the College of Charleston. Right, well, I'm gonna look at the score. He said they had, before the shot clock was in play, that they had got beat early on. And they said they held the ball the entire game. They lost like 18-15 or
yeah, something like
right?
that. Yeah, that's what he said. He also, the amazing thing is he also said that, isn't he in the record books for in a 30-game season having 9 wins on the mound for the baseball team?
He did.
He's got stories to tell.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I think, Dean, it's obviously a great time doing these games with you. That's been the highlight of it, is doing these games together. And, we've only done, I think, 1 game in the past ever together to do a whole season as Goings hits it again. But I've thoroughly enjoyed these Zoom meetings we've had with the coaches. Traditionally I'm running up to the school and trying to interview them and get them on camera. I think the advantage to Zoom is you just kind of set a time and you all sit around. And I've thoroughly enjoyed the stories we've heard from all of the coaches that we've talked to, and they've all been so gracious with their time.
There's another shot that trickles around the rim. I bet they've had probably 10 to 14 points close range not go. Would have certainly changed the complexion of this game. Those Goings going up and under doesn't go. Yeah, that's been great stuff.
Yeah, it's been fun, and our high school coaches are such a good group, and you just can't emphasize it enough that they're just in it for the right reasons. And I've had a million people, and I'm sure you've had this as well, a million people have asked over the years, if you were to stop doing this job and do a normal 9-to-5 job, like what would you miss most? And look, I mean, it's been cool. I've covered I've not covered Super Bowl, but I've covered NFC championships and college football, playoffs and national championship games and the Masters and the U.S. Open and the PGA Championship. And yeah, that was cool to see. I enjoyed all of that. but if there was one thing I would miss from this job, and it is without question, it would be our relationship with the high school coaches. I just, so many of them have become friends over the years. So many of them I have just hysterical text conversations with all the time. So many of them have made our job possible to do, and that means the most to me. Those relationships mean the absolute most to me because we have such great relationships with all of the high school coaches in our area. I've always said to my friends who work in this business, I wouldn't trade our low country coaches for any, just because they're so accommodating, so helpful, great giving stories and their time, and truly wanting to promote their kids. The pride you see on their faces on signing day is worth everything when those kids sign athletic scholarships.
Mapp looking for the steal, picks up the foul instead. Well, there's two parts to that equation, though. It's a testament to your commitment to covering them. And it was something that was started back in the early 90s. I mean, in the last week, that one off of Jenkins' hands. I mean, in the last week, I've had phone conversations with Ray Stackley, with Bobby Carlton, who was a longtime Goose Creek football coach. And then today I talked to Dave Spurlock for about 45 minutes.
That's awesome.
But the topper of all of them, I talked to Miss McKissick the other day.
You talked to Miss McKissick?
I did.
That's great. Miss Joanne is the best.
Yep. So we talked for about 30 minutes, and she's doing great. Obviously misses her husband, but she still lives in the same house, and she's got family around the corner, and she never fails. Once a year, she writes a handwritten note to me and just expresses the gratitude of us covering high school sports. And she and John used to love sitting around watching those high school games. So
I saved a voicemail from her. I still have a voicemail from Miss McKissick, just thanking us and asking what channel the Somerville-Fort Dorchester game is going to be on, because she wanted to record it. I don't know if they recorded it on VHS or what they recorded it on, but my big question for you, if it was a Friday night, would she go see Somerville or Oceanside now?
Well, I think she probably would stay close to Somerville because it's just a couple minutes around the corner.
Right. Well, if Oceanside was playing at Pinewood Prep, what would she do?
Her husband's name's on the sign.
She probably gets free tickets.
Get a little sloppy here as we had about 5.5 minutes left in this game. Again, for Dorchester, you can tell they've got some players. Scoring's quality. Mapp is really good. Fail coming up short here. But I really think this is the end result of what the pandemic has brought a lot of these programs and organizations. And miss out on practice time, and it's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. We're going to play, we're not going to play.
It doesn't matter what level of sport or what sport. When you're coming out of a pandemic, the most experienced teams are the teams that are going to win. And you look at it, it's the experience-laden teams are the ones that can come back from a pandemic break and win. And Fort Dorchester has a bunch of 8th graders, 9th graders. West Ashley has some more experience. Bottom line, it's the experience that helps get through a pandemic.
Kristen Jenkins also helps. She might be the best player we've seen all year. As Goings takes it back inside. Cut it back to a 15-point game. Call a timeout. See if they can make a late run. Come back and join us. It's West Ashley, Fort Dorchester High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis. Welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. Lady Patriots down 15, running out of time here. If they're going to make a run, it's got to happen now. These games brought to you by Roper St. Francis, also Cruz Chevrolet, and Will Lou Gray. As the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, has been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. The Lady Patriots put on the press just for a second, and then they pull back. Fayal has done a great job controlling the tempo, keeps the ball in her hands. She's going to go back to Jenkins. Scooted outside to Schaefer. She looks inside of Jenkins. I don't know what her shooting percentage is tonight, Scotty.
Tremendous.
But she's got 26.
Yeah, she's been just so good around the basket. Fundamentally sound. I mean, she's, she's
nice look, nice bucket there.
Our star of the game.
Ashley Goings. I like what Coach Gilliard's doing after a make, call a timeout. Try to get a turnover here off the inbounds. There you see the assistants for Coach White. Yeah, without question, Jenkins, our player of the game. She's got 26, 8 over her average.
Just calm, cool, collected, very smooth out there with the ball, really good handle on it. Good shooter, takes her game inside and out. She is the full package, and and you see why Mitch White. We asked, you think she's like recruitable? And he's like, absolutely, she's going to be recruited.
Well, this is what we could say about Mitch White. I don't expect him to retire this year because next year he's got Fayal as a senior, Jenkins as a senior, and Hayward as a senior.
Yeah, no.
You don't retire then.
Right, and he's also a guy who is a former college recruiting coordinator. He knows what it takes to play at that level.
They're going to bring it back out, wait for a good shot. One of the rare misses.
She got poked in the eye right there. She's going to go to the bench. I don't know if she lost the contact or got poked, but I saw her. She went right to her eye.
A foul on the sideline. Not sure if West Ashley, her Fort Dorchester, not in the bonus right now. Jada Ravenel throwing it in. Look inside, there's Jenkins with a steal. But yeah, she does a little bit of everything, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. I mean, she's like a 5-tool player.
Oh, just knock that down. Thank you very much.
Yeah, obviously her eye is just fine.
That's 29. Almost outscored Fort Dorchester by herself.
Yeah, her performance tonight has been as good as we've seen, period, this year. Boys or girls. So I don't think we've had anybody scored 29.
And that sums up the whole night right there for Jordan Mapp and her team. That ball bouncing around the rim and then falling out.
Some nights, you talk about just sometimes coaches can do everything they want to put you in position, but ultimately players just have to hit the shots. And you kind of compare it to maybe Frank Martin in the Gamecocks. He's done everything to put him in the correct position, and he's recruited good talent. And she's going to get to 30 if she hits down these free throws. But sometimes they're just not hitting shots. Tough as well, but that's something that you learn. Sometimes players don't hit shots. It's the problem when your team does that several games in a row, and USC just can't catch any consistency this year with hitting shots.
She got high load on that bad. Yeah, we're gonna get a timeout here. We'll take a break as Coach Mitch's gonna let us leader take a break. Yeah, it's like, look me in the eye, tell me you're okay. Are we going to stay right here, Nick?
She wants to look him right in the eye and say, I want 30. Let me hit that foul shot. Give me 30.
Yeah, 29 on the night. Now, where did her brother go?
Francis Marion, according to
that's right.
Mitch. Yeah,
Play basketball.
Francis Marion, I believe so. Yeah, well, would have to be because I don't have a football team up there. So I thought he was a good enough football player to play at the next level. Although I did not see him on their roster up at Francis Marion. He might just be going to school up there. I did take a look yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, we do have Low Country players. Jamal Edmondson, who went to Ashley Ridge, is playing for Francis Marion now. I did not see Kenyatta Jenkins on the roster, but Mitch believed that's where he's going to school.
There's 30. On the free throw, Jenkins hits the 30 mark. Her club up 19. Jasmine Mitchell going to kick it back out to Mapp. Jenkins forces a turnover. Give it to her to the right. Fail hasn't missed much. Knew she was there. Gave it up a little bit too late. You're going to make that pass. You're going to make it just beyond the free throw line. We're going to call that a shooting foul. Looking forward to our boys game, West Ashley. Oh, she won't come out. She is like, wait. Love that. That's the competitor right there, boy. I'll take that. I'll take 5 of her every day.
This other website here has Kenyatta Jenkins at Francis Marion. So I don't know what the situation is, but this basketball, realgm.com, lists him as a junior guard wearing number 1 at Francis Marion.
Isn't that Gary Edwards?
Gary Edwards is the coach of Francis Marion. It was, his assistant was until this year, Brad Dobbles.
We're going to let him play on here. Ball thrown ahead. Covered Gary Edwards when he was at Charleston Southern. Tommy Conrad was on that staff. Got a good baseball program there as well. Rebound, offensive rebound, 2 for Jasmine Mitchell.
They built that baseball facility. I thought that was really cool that Ray Tanner took the Gamecocks to play there.
And they lost.
Yeah, to open up that facility.
Right?
They lost, yeah. No, they did.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They're just going to spread this out and try to work off the clock. So I thought. Fail goes inside. She's got to have a...
Kennedy Schaefer scored it.
She's got to have a double-digit assist tonight.
Well, I mean, if you ask me, we haven't seen a ton of girls basketball, but from what we've seen, I would think West Ashley makes some noise in the postseason.
They could.
Whatever this
would
postseason
logically
look
be
like.
The number 2 seed. If you miss the top of the show, the number 1 team out of each region gets a bye, or they get basically a free pass into the state tournament, and then the rest of the region, they'll play a one and done tournament, so it'll be 2 versus 5, 3 versus 4. I believe that either starts Friday or Monday, if not both.
And then the big news today from the South Carolina High School League is there is no big news yet. They haven't locked down a place to play the lower states in the state championships yet. They said they're leaning towards USC Aiken right now, but nothing is set. It will not be at the Florence Civic Center like it's been, but they have gotten clearance. They've all voted to extend the season if needed. So March 6th is not a dead out date. They are able to extend the season if they need to do that.
Jerome Singleton, another former Low Country High School coach. He was a football coach at Burke High School for 2 or 3 years. back in the Zola Davis days. Traveled inside, and then worked his way up to commissioner of the high school league. But we had, he's a super good guy. Last time I spoke to him, sometime in the fall during the pandemic. But he said, you know, I'm taking this thing probably more seriously than anybody else. He lost 3 family members to COVID.
Wow.
Sibling, and then I believe an aunt or uncle. And that is 14, Daisy Alexander with the shot.
And I'll tell you, being the commissioner of the high school league is a thankless
It's got to
job.
be horrible.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a complaint. He's doing the best he can. He has no dog in the fight, and you know, he's always dealing with executive boards and whatnot. So a thankless job, to say the least.
Coings with another bucket. She's got 19. I've got her at 19. Could be more. Well, you not only hear it, I mean, you got coaches to answer to. You got athletic directors. And I'm sure he gets plenty of parent phone calls.
Oh, parents that want to see their kids play when they shut it down for crowds. You're going to get the opposite the other way. Principals are going to be complaining that they want more academics to be thrown in. There's everyone has to complain and come back to him. Just ask Chuck Reedy what he thinks about him.
Should be a 20-point lead right now, time running out. Also, one of his top assistants, a guy named Charlie Wensky. Remember him?
Yeah, of course. Great hair.
Huh?
Great hair.
Great hair?
Yeah, great hair.
Played baseball at College Charleston. Mapp with a shot. Won't go. So a close game at the half, and then West Ashley takes care of business in the second half, led by our player of the game, number 10, Kristen Jenkins, our Cruise Chevrolet player of the game. Cruise Chevy on Rivers, you've got a friend in the car business. And she was an absolute nightmare tonight for the Lady Patriots. Doing a nice job inside, controlling everything. There you go. I don't think your brother's got one of those. The West Ashley with a 20-point lead as they get tuned up for their region playoffs coming up at the end of the week, the beginning part of next week. Like what we saw there.
Yeah.
As for the Lady Patriots, they go back and figure out where to get better. They certainly have the players to do that. You have watched Game 1 of our high school hoops action tonight, brought to you by Roper St. Francis Hospital and Cruise Chevrolet, along with Will Lou Gray. Coming up next, we've got a little intermission, a couple of interviews to share with you, and then later it's West Ashley, Fort Dorchester, the boys. Welcome to our high school hoops action tonight, our doubleheader. Brought to you by Roper St. Francis Cruz Chevrolet. We're at Fort Dorchester High School. There is about 15 or 16 minutes on the clock. It is senior night, so the Patriots honoring their seniors. And then you can look on the right side of your screen there, disinfecting all the chairs and the seat. A lot of the high schools are doing that. So just 3 seniors to be honored by Fort Dorchester High School. Scott Eisberg back with us again. I mean, we talked a couple of weeks ago about some of the best girls players to come through our high schools, and we were all #1 with Katrina McClain.
Yeah.
And where was Cohen on your list?
She was 5, I believe. I think my list was Katrina McClain 1. I believe 2 was Kalena Green from Timberland, went to UConn. Number 3 was Alicia Welsh, who led South Carolina to a Final Four. Then 4, I had India Bryant and Dakia Cohen. Both they were at 5, I should say. I had 4 as Yusha Gilmore, who we talked about the other night with Berkeley. Went on to play for Rutgers and then the WNBA. But Dakia Cohen is the one from West Ashley. We'll say she's the best from West Ashley High School because, of course, Katrina McClain also from West Ashley, but she went to the old St. Andrews. Dakia and I caught up this week, talked a little bit about her career. She decided to come back this year to the United States during COVID, but she's looking forward to continuing her career in Europe or wherever it leads her in the future. Professional basketball is her career.
My goal is to make the most money I could possibly make. So if I'm having a successful career in Europe and I keep moving up and up, and the WNBA is not looking like it's in the works for me, then I'm still fine with that. But if the WNBA gives me a tryout, a chance, then I'm gonna do that too. Just because it'd be nice to play home in front of my family and friends. They can come to my game easier if I'm in America. So.
And final question, how much did Baylor prepare you for this journey? How much did you enjoy your time at Baylor, or was it tough, easy? How would you describe your career at Baylor?
Baylor definitely prepared me. It's very tough. It's very tough. It's tough physically, it's tough mentally. So after Baylor, I feel like, that was a real test. So now I feel like everything else after that has been easier for me. Just hard coaching. Our schedule is rigorous. The competition we play is hard. So it definitely prepared me. So I'm thankful for that, really.
Great perspective. Yeah. Great smile.
Yeah.
She'll do well with whatever she wants to do for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, you play for Kim Mulkey. That's one of the toughest coaches in America to play for. And she did that. And she's right. That'll prepare you for any challenge that comes your way. Living overseas, the challenge is not always on the basketball court. It's just living.
Fort Dorchester, West Ashley, the Wildcats Patriots just getting their warm-up in. When we come back, we'll talk a little more Waco, Texas. We'll also hear from Jerome Singleton. That's after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Fort Dorchester High School. Patriots Wildcats tipping off in about 7 minutes or so. You probably don't know this. My older brother went to Baylor. Tried to pitch there. Lasted one scrimmage.
Did he?
Yeah, and then since he was there, I went to a small community college for my first 2 years at McLennan Community College. It's where Jay Buhner played baseball.
Wow.
Remember him?
I do.
They still got a great baseball program. The Hilltoppers, not done, Scotty. Basketball player. The Microwave played there. Vinnie Johnson.
Wow.
With the Pistons.
Yeah, I remember Vinnie Johnson.
Yes.
Wow.
I did not play in sports. I was a theatrical genius. I was, let's see, I was the teen angel in Grease.
Never seen Grease.
Stop it.
I know the songs. I know the dance, the John Travolta thing. I don't, yeah.
And then I was Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
I didn't know you had these theatrical chops. I didn't know you were a thespian.
Yes, come over. I've got VHS copy of the Joseph performance.
Wow. Can you sing?
Bring your girls over. Absolutely.
Now, here's the true question.
What you got?
True question. If you lived in Waco, I've only been to Waco once.
Yes.
But I was told, and I did it, and it was worth it. Excuse me. Have you stopped in West for a kolache at the check stop?
Yes, you do kolaches at
check stop.
Yep. And then at George's, you do Big O's. And those are the largest, coldest draft beers you'll ever have as an 18 to 19-year-old.
There you go. Yes.
But since then it was, the Joanna and whoever her husband
Chip,
is.
yeah.
The Gaines. They turned that town around.
No, people are going there as a tourist destination. Yeah. No.
Indeed.
But you got, if you're driving, it was down I-35 from Dallas to Waco, and you got, if you're a little tiny town, West Texas. It's I think it was a big place where people from Czechoslovakia settled, and that's why it's called the Czech Stop. And the food, the hearty food you would eat would be the kolache. It's almost like a stromboli almost. You wrap things in dough, whether it be savory or sweet, and it's delicious.
There you go. Earlier today, Jerome Singleton, the commissioner of the High School League, had a press conference. We grabbed some of that first couple of minutes of his statement. Let's take a listen to what Jerome said as he's trying to now get ready for basketball playoffs and also the beginning of spring sports.
Thank y'all for joining us this afternoon for this webinar. We will take this time to share with you and answer questions about this year's spring sports season. We've been fortunate so far. Fall sports have been completed. The winter sports are coming to a close, and the spring sports, while it's challenging, it's off to a great start. For some of our member schools, this will be the most student athletes you've had on campus all year. So we got to be mindful of all the things we need to make this a safe experience for them. You've done great. You've exercised great teamwork this whole time. I don't want you to let your guards down now. Stay diligent. Work hard at what we're doing, and we'll get through it. We've got a great panel here before you. They'll all share some information with you. Please pay attention to it. And as Ms. Newman said, if there's some questions, don't hesitate to ask those, type it in, and we'll get it to them. And we will get them answered. A little housekeeping before we begin. The executive committee met this morning, and they made the following decisions on 2 items. One is the basketball finals date and sites could potentially and possibly be adjusted, depending on whether we can get a venue that can accommodate all that we need. We hope that we have one in place, but we're still working on it. We've got some more questions that need to be answered. The second one is the open season for fall sports will be held as normal, and that's held during our April and May period. Those are the 2 items that they've addressed. 2 other educational documents that you will have received this morning. One is COVID-19 return to play algorithm for athletes in competitive high school sports. And there's another one that deals with the NFHS revised guidance for the COVID-19 transmission during high school sports. These are only to serve as educational pieces for you, these documents. There's no mandate that comes along with it, but as you continue to practice the health and safety of all of our student athletes that are involved, I ask that you look at those and add those to your arsenal of things that you've been using all year. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the staff. Again, this seminar is supposed to be great information for you. Please don't hesitate to be a great participant. Thank you.
All right, Jerome Singleton, standout guy, and like all of us, certainly had his hands full trying to juggling and piece together what this first football season would look like. I think we did really well down here in the Low Country. Very few cancellations. And they kind of rolled right into basketball. I think districts doing what they felt was best for their own districts. Some went on hiatus for a month. Dorchester County, I think, was a little more aggressive, or should I say cautious.
Dorchester 2.
Dorchester 2.
Yeah, they were definitely the most, but although Berkeley County came back virtual. Yep. And, you know, they decided to let them play athletics, kind of ease in, school by school, make their decisions. Everyone had to do what was best for themselves.
Yeah. Fort Dorchester, West Ashley coming up in about 6 minutes. So we're going to take a break. You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Cruz Chevrolet and Rivers, you've got a friend in the car business. Welcome back, everybody. Fort Dorchester taking on West Ashley. It is game 2 of our doubleheader, our final 2 games. The broadcast this year, I'm Dean Stevens, along with Sports Director Scott Eisberg. You just saw the records there, 7-0, 4-2 for Fort Dorchester, though. They have not lost in region play, while West Ashley has lost 1 game. It's going to be a big deal as they start looking towards the seedings.
Yeah, and the thing that interests me about this game is these 2 teams do not know each other very well at all. Brand new head coach Ben Kettering for West Ashley. Fort Dorchester knows nothing really about them except the few huddle films they were about to find, or they did find this week, because West Ashley runs a completely different system than they did under Ronnie Dupree.
All right, let's talk about some of the players we're going to keep an eye on for you tonight for West Ashley. I think we're going to talk about both of the point guards. Brandon Mungeon, number 5.
Yeah, he is the guy that everything runs through. He's an experienced point guard. He's fast, has good handles, can score, play good defense. He's the guy that West Ashley's going to lean on.
Well, when your coach says you're the soul of the team, you know that that's where the ball goes through. As for Fort Dorchester, a name that will be familiar to a lot of people around here, Davion Joyner, number 10.
That is because he is first cousins with Gamecock star wideout DeCarrion Joyner. Athletics run in the blood for that family, especially at Fort Dorchester. We saw what he could do in this very game last year on TV. I expect him to do the exact same thing tonight.
He is exciting with and without the ball in his hand. Head coach Thomas McElveen says when he leaves next year, I'll probably shed a tear. That is some high praise coming from that man. You are watching High School Hoops. It's West Ashley, Fort Dorchester. We tip off after this. Welcome back, everybody, to senior night at Fort Dorchester. And really cool thing that sharp-dressed man has done tonight is that he's starting all of his seniors. So number 2, Temple Simmons. Number 4, Kamal Cox, he's a senior. Davion Joyner's 10. He's a junior. Jameek Williams, senior. And Kawan Wright, he's a junior as well. Or Quan Wright's a senior, and then Davion and Temple is a junior tonight. So we'll get things rolling. As for West Ashley, we expect to talk about number 5, Brandon Mungin, and number 10, Monquise Jenkins. Number 12, Zaquan Smith gets the start, as does number 15, Zacharias Smalls, and number 23, Jaleel Porter. Jaleel Porter, a name that is
really good at football.
You probably recognize from football. Really, really good. So you see Mungin and the carry, I only did it one time. Davion standing side by side.
It's funny how the starting lineups go. Ben Kettering asked him last night, no problem. Here's my starters. We asked Thomas McElveen about your starters at Fort. We got nothing. He goes, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Oh, I don't know. It depends on practice today. It depends on how they feel tomorrow. It depends on how I feel tomorrow. He literally texted us 5 minutes ago his starting lineup. 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I love that. He's like, hey, you never know who's going to have a good practice, who's going to have a bad practice. Moving the ball inside. Drop down by number 32. Boy, as for the keys of the game, you go back to what it always is. Who controls the basketball?
You got to control the basketball in this game. Two very athletic teams. Fort Dorchester has to use their size on West Ashley. If there's one thing that Fort Dorchester does have over West Ashley, it is size. They're big and they're athletic. West Ashley, very well-coached team under Ben Kettering. He's a winner. Fort Dorchester says, though, Thomas McElveen says, West Ashley likes to run up and down a little bit. If they do that, that kind of plays into our hands tonight.
Another turnover I've got 30. He said 32 Kwan or 33 Kwan Wright was starting. We've got 32 in the lineup. We'll have to get that straight. 32 on my roster is Devin Geddes. Simmons with the ball. Mungin playing good defense. Cox looks for the baseline, doesn't get it. Great defense by Porter inside. Ball on the ground. Great hustle play. We got 11 is Sipe. Nice entry pass by Davion. Foul here on 11. Throw it up top. Saw Davion play a couple of years ago on TMP. He was on the same team as Charlie, and young man has grown.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, you look at these guys, and you expect the football guys to, to have experience in the weight room and certainly be pretty thick, but you got to realize these basketball players, a lot of them, when they were not playing in the fall, they weren't allowed to get into the weight room. So unless they wanted to go on their own to Planet Fitness or whatever, I mean, they weren't getting full workouts in. So, I think you kind of see athleticism-wise, a lot of the football guys are a little bit ahead of the guys who are solely basketball players.
Mungin loses the handle, and Raekwon Middleton, great pressure from the backside to strip it away. Mungin going to take it into the right-hand layup, first bucket of the game.
You see the energy that Mungin brings. He's got some speed to him, good defensive player, and they're on the board now. West Ashley Wildcats, new head coach Ben Kettering takes over for the legendary Ronnie Dupree. Kettering comes from Brooklyn, New York. He has been all over the place. He is a Fairmont, West Virginia native. Played football in college at Amherst College in Massachusetts. Took his first coaching job in basketball in New Hampshire, and then found his way to New York City, and then here to Charleston.
Jameek Williams, just the power, the man move inside, get the rebound and put it back, but a quick answer by Raekwon Middleton to make it 4-2. Transition offense beating the defense.
Kettering, a really interesting story. His parents live here. His brother lives here. So he's like, you know what? I don't want to be in New York City for the pandemic. So he was remotely teaching New York City kids from home here
on James
Island. And then said, you know what? I want to live here. This is awesome. West Ashley job comes open. He interviews. He gets it. He said he went back up to New York. He grabbed his stuff and moved down to Charleston.
Offensive rebound. Williams can't get it to go back. Great entry pass by Joyner. I would say that Fort Dorchester wins the Uniform of the Year award.
You like those?
I do.
I think Thomas McElveen wins Coach of the Year dress award. The guy matched his shoes and his jacket. It's fantastic. You match a red shoes with a red jacket look. That's a great, great look.
Nice play by Middleton to fake the pass and then get the bucket. Had Williams right in his grill and a quick 6-2 lead for West Ashley.
You see one of the assistant coaches on the side of your screen there coming up to talk to Thomas McElveen. That's his son, Jordan McElveen. Played basketball for Goose Creek and then played for Catawba College up in North Carolina. As Middleton gets the easy lay-in right there for West Ashley, but
McElveen has seen enough. He wants a timeout. It's an 8-2 game. West Ashley behind 6 points from Raekwon Middleton. You're watching High School Hoops on My TV Charleston, sponsored by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back, everybody. West Ashley out to a quick 8-2 run. And I would imagine some changes here for McElveen. Tell you what, Davion he can wear the pink shoes, baby.
You like that?
I do.
I'm kind of a sucker for the old school. I like the old school look. You know, I kind of like that traditional. It's funny, I like the Fort Dorchester girls jerseys better than the Fort Dorchester boys ones. Just the straight block letter Fort. I kind of like that.
O'Marion Green in the game. Brandon Munson comes in to cut off the pass. Demetrius McKelvey. So he starts his seniors, brings a couple out. Green is in the game. He's got 13 on the year averages. McKelvey, the junior, number 13, he averages 13 points a game, 8 rebounds. You're going to go right inside, going to kick it back out. Joyner with a shot off the back rim.
The thing about Fort Dorchester, as he said to us, is West Ashley wants to run. That's fine, because I go 15 deep. You know, when you have a coach that goes 15 deep on the bench, you could run all day long. He's just going to keep wholesale changing guys.
Munson with his second bucket of the game. Well, Dorchester trying to break the press down. He's not been able to get shots to fall. Shameik Williams, another 4-footer that can't get to go. West Ashley fumbling around. Look at Munson go inside. Gets the body. Won't get it. Williams with the rebound. Let's see what Green does here. It was interesting during that timeout. I noticed it wasn't Coach McElveen holding the huddle. It was his son drawing up the plays.
Yeah, he said it's been a really cool thing that he's gotten to watch his son find himself in coaching. It's something that he really enjoys doing. You can't see his son in this shot. He's sitting actually back on the bleacher behind him with social distancing. But he was a very good player at Goose Creek High School, went on to Catawba. And, you know, I think Thomas said he's not sure if coaching is truly what his future endeavor is going to be. But right now he's doing a really nice job relating to these guys because he's not that much older than them.
Raekwon Middleton going up amongst the trees, pulling the rebound down for the Wildcats. It's for Dorchester again, missing another close shot. They've missed 4 or 5 right now. Saw the same thing in the girls' game. Munson with a pass inside. Sipe tries to dish it again instead of throwing up the quick shot. You watch a little bit shy on Demetrius McKelvey. McElveen loves his game. He said he just got to go full speed all the time.
Yeah, we just talked about Jaleel Porter right there, number 11 on West Ashley. He's the one that turned the ball over, upset with himself. Jaleel Porter probably played the best high school football game we saw of anybody in the Low Country this year. He went to Ray Stackley Field at Stratford. He ran for 327 yards and 6 touchdowns. I was there that night, and I'll tell you what, I don't think I've seen somebody dominate like that. As Ben Kettering says, Jaleel Porter is good enough to be a Division I basketball player, but the offers that are going to come in for him for football are going to be well beyond that of what comes in for basketball. So he's going to be a football recruit, no doubt about it.
That's saying something, but you got a sub coming in right there. That's Tavion McPherson, a junior. Drives to the hole, going to get to the line.
You know, these two schools, I wouldn't call them rivals, but it's funny because traditionally West Ashley is a very good basketball school and not a great football school. On the other side, Fort Dorchester, traditionally a great football school and very average, mediocre in basketball. But both of those lower teams are kind of bridging the gap now. Our coach of the year in the area was Donnie Kiefer at West Ashley, his first year, turning things around, having an outstanding season with the Wildcats. And the Patriots basketball team that traditionally hasn't been great is undefeated. They had a great region title last year. So these, these two schools are going to really see each other a lot.
Monquise Jenkins. I like how West Ashley, as soon as they broke the press at half court, they pressed the ball forward. They weren't going to wait for the Patriots to come back and set up defense. They have been scrappy, and up 12-4 right now. The pass inside. Again, another short shot doesn't go. McKelvey wants to foul. Porter doesn't care. He's going to take it down length of the floor. That's 22. Bryant Vasco in the game. Can't get it to go. McKelvey. Davion going to push it forward. Goes a little high for Green. Going to be a foul called on, I think that's Jenkins. But it's funny, when we were talking to the coach the other day, we were talking about McKelvey. He describes him as kind of his Charles Oakley guy. He's going to protect the rim, not going to let anybody get bullied. But he's the leading rebounder, leading blocker. He was out of town, so he missed a practice, so he missed the game. And coach's wife keeps the book. They were down at the half. They said, "You're really not going to sit him the whole game, are you?" And he goes, "Yes, I am."
Yeah, that's a guy that's willing to stick with his guns as he scores a bucket right there as we're talking about him. But, yeah, no, I think that's the one thing about Thomas McKelvey is Thomas McElveen talking about McKelvey, he's not gonna stray. He said that's kind of how you let things go. You can't let things go. You got to keep it on the straight and narrow. A rule is a rule. He said, when McKelvey came to him, he said, "Hey, can I at least wear my travel suit to the game?" And he said, "All right, I'll let you do that for the big travel across the street to Stall."
West Ashley attacking the basket to be out on the Patriots. So again, for Dorchester, 7-0 on the year. Beat Cane Bay by 11. Had their way with Cane Bay again, playing back-to-back games. Did the same with 2 wins against Stratford. Then beat Wando by 20. Picked up a 13-point win over Ashley Ridge, and then beat Stall in the game you were talking about by 10. And then they've got Somerville coming up. Orion Green with the tip away. And the left-handed layup. Green, by the way, Joyner's cousin. So they obviously know each other well. These guys have been playing basketball together well. Cross court, going to be kicked back out. See the pressure. And West Ashley goes back inside to attack. That's Sipe with his first 2 of the game. Really like what Ben Kettering does with his guys. Here comes McKelvey, some big stepper. The tip-in's not going to go. It's a 14-6 West Ashley lead. Before Dorchester looks back at this film, they're going to say, yeah, the points in the paint, we missed them. Will Lou Gray, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. We're back after this. Welcome back, everybody, for Dorchester High School. It is a 14-8 game right now. Raekwon Middleton leading the way for West Ashley with 6 points.
For Dorchester, head coach Thomas McElveen again conferring with his son Jordan right there. Jordan's the one that's standing up, and he's walking back over to him right now to tell Dad something. It's almost like he had the scout for this game. He's kind of making the plan with the scout. But Thomas McElveen is a very interesting story. We loved hearing about his story yesterday. You know, he he and his high school girlfriend got pregnant right out of high school. They went to Stall and decided to stay home and start their family here. He had an offer to play football for Eddie Robinson at Grambling. But he said an amazing opportunity to stay home, become a dad, and they've got 3 kids, 1 now on the bench, a 2nd playing football for Furman, and a 3rd, he said, would be really good to be on his team right now, but doesn't want to play for dad on the basketball court.
Well, Dorchester, good defense on the inbounds pass. Jenkins setting things up over to Mungin. Been impressed with West Ashley's aggressiveness. Porter on the backside, offensive rebound off of his shoe, gets into the hands of Green. Look at the speed and the body control. Green with his 2nd bucket of the game, cut it to a 4-point game. Again, break the press, attack the basket. McKelvey with the rebound, wanted the foul, is not going to get it. Capers, number 1, just a sophomore. Green taking over right now with another quick bucket, 14-12.
McElveen says Capers reminds him of Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah, he kept telling us, like, my guy reminds me of this guy and that guy, this guy and that guy. McKelvey with the block. I'm like, Coach, they don't know who these guys are.
Yeah, Charles Oakley certainly is not on these kids' radar. Muggsy Bogues might be. I mean, shortest player of all time, but
Mungin for 3.
I would think they probably know Spud Webb more than Muggsy Bogues just because he was in the dunk contest.
I don't even think they were born yet, Scotty.
You don't think so?
Vasco can't get the ball inside of the bucket. Chance for now for Dorchester to tie it or take the lead. Yeah, Green says, let's take the lead. Green scoring the last 7 for the Fort. Give him a 15-14 lead. Yeah, he's impressive. He's just a junior as well. Green and Joyner making an impressive backcourt. But it was great listening to Coach talk about his guys. And I was like, well, who's your starting 5? He's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's going to depend in practice, which tells you something about their practices.
Yeah, they've got to be good, competitive, hard practices. There's no doubt about that. You know, he's the kind of guy that's he's gonna get into them, but he's gonna love them even more. And that community means so much to him. I mean, he went to high school on that very street at Stall. He was a little bit younger than Anthony Johnson, but was there at that time period where Stall athletics were huge, and genuinely cares about that community. He didn't get into the school coaching until later. He was coaching AAU ball, and I believe the Upward Stars was the team that he was coaching. So a lot of these guys,
with them.
Yeah, a lot of these guys he coached in the AAU circuit before he ever coached him in high school. And you know, when he got this job, you know, he was pretty excited about it. And then on the other side, Ben Kettering, you know, I asked him, my first question for Ben Kettering was after, how the heck did you get here from Brooklyn, New York? But my question for him was, what's it like? You know, they always say you don't want to replace the legend. Oh, that would have been fantastic.
Davion with the dunk. You could see Raekwon Middleton sizing him up.
Oh, man. If he had thrown that down.
I'm not quite sure. No foul call to the play. So the refs obviously letting him go today. And you see the little trap here. West Ashley breaks it. They can't convert it. Porter inside gets McKelvey off of his feet. Still won't go. Porter going right back at him. And they do a nice job of pushing the ball up. Oh, there we go. Green to Joyner for that one. It's 17-14. West Ashley now the team not being able to get the bunny hops to fall.
So like I was saying about Kettering, I said, man, you know, you don't want to be the guy to follow the legend, right? Like, you want to maybe be the guy after that guy. And he said, no, Ronnie Dupree has been my greatest supporter since I've gotten here. We've become friends. He said, literally, before I was talking to you on Zoom, I was talking to Ronnie Dupree. And he said they talk often on the phone, text message. Ronnie is, still lives in West Ashley and is so supportive of the Wildcats. I don't think he really truly wanted to get out of coaching. He just said teaching via Zoom was what he couldn't do anymore. He said he wasn't kind of cut out to teach via Zoom. So he decided, I've got the age and the years in to retire, and he did. But he has been a tremendous supporter for Ben Kettering.
Joyner looks for the pass, gets thrown away. Going to be a foul called. That's Kwan Wright, number 33.
And obviously Ronnie Dupree's ears are ringing right now because he just texted. He wanted to give us a little update on the other Region 8 game. Ashley Ridge leading Somerville 22-14 at the half. And then for the region championship in 4A, Hilton Head 28, James Island 21 at the half.
Three-pointer there by Monquise Jenkins, a much-needed three-pointer. They were on a 13-4 run. Now a turnover. Mungen going to take it inside. Left-handed layup. And West Ashley takes a 19-17 lead.
It looks like we saved our best for last this whole season. We're going to have our tightest, best ball game right here.
We'll call a little check foul on Mungen.
It's a great-looking jacket.
Yeah, he's well put together now.
Yeah, it's good-looking. It's a good-looking jacket. And the red shoes to go with it. I love the matching
Listen,
shoes.
there was nobody that could match Earl Brown's shoe collection on the sideline.
His sweater collection was pretty fantastic,
no, his shoe collection was out of this world. Temple Simmons comes in. Green takes a rest. He's got 9 of the 4 Dorchester 17. Mungen there, but Raekwon Middleton with a steal. Another 2 for him. He's got 8 and a 21-17 lead. Really fast hands by West Ashley's defense. Joyner picks it up. The 3 ball's going to go. His 5th of the game. Make it a 1-point lead. Looks like McKelvey's going to get the foul. We're going to take a break, step away, catch our breath, give the players a chance to do the same. West Ashley with a 1-point lead, 3:35 left. As Christopher Sipe steps to the line, we're back after this. Hey, welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. It's the Roper St. Francis Healthcare High School Hoops Game of the Night, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Also appreciative of Will Lou Gray, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, has been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. See McKelvey having a conversation with the referee, Great smile. He's like, listen, I'm just standing here. He goes up and under, and I get the foul. It was 14-6, and then Fort Dorchester went on a 9-0 run, all part of a 13-4 run, and West Ashley has kind of survived the onslaught. Now,
this is Zaquan Smith at the line for the Wildcats.
That is. I've got Zaquan as 12, but I trust you.
We just got a text from, I'm assuming, a relative. So they're, you know, jerseys always are changing hands these days.
Well, Zaquan's got 5. That's going to be a charge. That's going to be a travel. So thank you for the update. Always could use that. People think the people in the news business know everything, but not all the time.
We're going by the rosters that the coaches give us. So if there are issues with the rosters or the numbers, let us know. Let us know on email, social media, text message, whatever it is.
They can find us. They can find us.
They can find us. Just let us know. We think we have all. We are going by the numbers that we got from the coaches yesterday. That doesn't mean some guys have not forgotten their jerseys or anything else. That could change quite easily.
So Zaquan Smith, number 11 tonight, he's got 5. Middleton leads the way with 8. Before Dorchester, got O'Marion Green with 9. Davion's got 5. Trying to wipe off a wet spot on the floor. It looked like a single tissue.
Must be relatively humid in the gym tonight because one of our cameras is fogging up as well. So it must be have some humidity in there, a little heat and humidity going on in that gym. There's Jaleel Porter.
Man, super quick.
Oh, you saw him on the football field. You knew that.
What a nice shot, but McKelvey alters it. And here comes Fort Dorchester looking to tie or take the lead. Last time they had this option, it was a 3 to lead. McKelvey inside. His shot won't go. He's got a great frame. No reason you give up that offensive rebound.
You know, having Jaleel Porter in this game, I mean, you just see his running back frame. It's incredible.
Yeah, but I like McKelvey's tight end frame better.
Yeah, there you go. But you know, Porter will be one of the top 2-3 football players in the area next year. You know, we've gotten to see almost every top football recruit in the area play basketball on our games this year. We had Monroe Freeling with Oceanside. We've had him. We've had a lot of really good football players also on the basketball team. And that's something that Ben Kettering said he really likes about West Ashley is there's not a ton of specialization. He gets athletes that play several sports, and he likes that. He prefers it.
Speaking of football, Temple Simmons run over. That's what you do when you take the charge. You want to play, take a charge. Daniel Lee coming into the game, number 12, I believe the first time that we've seen him on the floor. Here comes the towel. Again, I think this has all got to be COVID stuff. I would imagine that towel then gets tossed aside, not to be used again today. So Kettering probably picks up the win moving down from New York to enjoy the low country life, especially this time of the year.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, heck, before that he was in Amherst, Massachusetts, and he was in up in New Hampshire. He's been all over the place.
Yeah, no thank you.
It's funny, when he coached in New Hampshire, he said he coached 2 NBA guys.
That's right.
Wayne Selden and Clipper Terrence Mann.
I think Selden played at North Carolina.
And Terrence Mann, I think, at Florida State. And, you know, hey, if you build it, they will come, right?
Great job by Mungin to force the turnover. I think he put a little bit of body on Simmons to kind of give him off stride.
Did you pick up my pun there? I don't think you picked it up.
What was that?
I said, if you build it, they'll come.
Oh, yes.
Because Terrence Mann.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, if you don't know,
Darth Vader.
James Earl Jones' character in Field of Dreams, also named Terrence Mann.
Getting older by the day, son.
The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball.
Porter going to pick up the dribble. Mungin going to swing it right. Found a way to get the ball inside to Vasco. Let's see if they find him again. Kelby's not going to like that. Doesn't like it. Jameek's going to come over and have a conversation. See Vasco battling inside. Gets him with the lower body. So the right call.
And then the one thing that we haven't realized, and the reason I was kind of wondering, is we just got another text from our West Ashley informant, is that West Ashley is without their starting center, Sakaris Smalls, tonight. He has a foot injury. So Sakaris Smalls is a big part of the puzzle. He's averaging 19 points, 8 rebounds a game.
I think he's averaged 25 the last 3 games.
There you go. He is, you know, you kind of wonder, well, there's something missing here, and that's why the roster was different. We appreciate Clinton sending us the message. Sakaris Smalls, you know, that's a ton of numbers. You're giving up 20 points, 9 rebounds a game. That's a big deal for West Ashley, and I appreciate you pointing that out for us.
Porter not able to reel in the offensive rebound, but as Fort Dorchester went to get it, they stepped out of bounds. So West Ashley's just going to keep control. Good pressure on the inbounds. Mungin's going to swing it. Long 3 by Raekwon Middleton. Long rebound goes into the hands of Smith. He's going to find Mungin. Under 2 minutes to play, under a minute and a half. Nice inside pass.
One thing that Thomas McElveen was trying to do was find some video of Ben Kettering's teams from New York to see what they did. Although the personnel is different, he said there was so little that they could learn from the huddle video that they saw early in the season. The team was just kind of hastily thrown together. They hadn't had much practice. They were just playing early games. He said this team completely different than that team. So he was almost trying to find trends in Ben Kettering's teams that he coached up in New York. And I did ask Kettering about it, and he said the talent level that he coached up there was pretty similar to the talent level down here. He said he would have liked to have seen his team up there play this team to see who wins that game.
Joyner out of control, loses it. West Ashley then gives it right back. Green tosses it over the top to Williams. I don't think he picked up his left foot. But it doesn't matter because I'm way over here and they're right there. He did drag that left foot just a little bit. So under a minute to play now, West Ashley, they're not going to hold it. They're going to look for the shot. Great play by Green. Love his active hands. He finds inside to Capers, or Simmons, should I say. They're going to tie the game up. That's Simmons' first bucket of the game, 22-22.
Bad mental mistake there by West Ashley. Brent Vasco stepping on the line as he threw the ball in, turns it over to Fort Dorchester. So now Fort has the chance to get a bunch of momentum before the half. That's just a 110% mental mistake you don't want to make.
I think you see Sakaris Smalls in the jeans on the sidelines. Shot short. Here comes Porter inside. Put the shot up, and he does. Vasco tips it around. Joyner's going to throw it forward. Scramble for the ball. Going to get it off before the buzzer. Doesn't matter. The foul is going to come before the buzzer. That's Smith fouling Lee. You know, and I'll tell you what, the one thing Kettering's team did or is doing tonight, the same thing Ronnie Dupree's team is doing, is they are active defensively.
Yep.
They've got quick hands, and they are up in your grill, which has a tendency to take you out of what you're trying to do, your offensive system.
Kettering does not look as stressed on the bench as Ronnie Dupree did.
No, but Ronnie was really good.
He was, I mean, X's and O's wise, you know, you ask any coach in the area, X's and O's wise, Ronnie Dupree was as good as it gets. I mean, he is, and as good as it gets as far as a person. I mean, you and I are both wonderful friends with Ronnie, and we probably text with him more than anybody else, just about sports and laughing and everything else like that. But just a phenomenal job he did. But Kettering seems to be filling those shoes nicely.
Kettering looks more like he's in charge of the Low Country Surfers Club. Right now, he's surfed out to a 22-22 tie with the undefeated Fort Dorchester Patriots. You're watching High School Hoops on My TV Charleston, sponsored by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the MUSC Youth Collaborative Halftime Report. MUSC Youth Collaborative leading the way in youth substance use services. For more information, you can text youth to 44332.
Good evening, everybody. Once again, MUSC Youth Collaborative joining our team to help put these broadcasts together. Thanks for being here, Dr. Erin McClure, Renee Roundtree. First of all, tell everybody a little bit about the collaborative.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the Youth Collaborative at MUSC is a group of clinicians and researchers, educators. We're really dedicated to fostering healthy development in adolescents. And so we offer clinical services, research opportunities, educational programs to address adolescent substance use. And we also want to encourage youth to get into the fields of science and medicine.
Absolutely. Renee, talk a little bit about what you do and how people can get involved.
So I'm a community outreach coordinator, and I develop partnerships with the community members and with our schools. So if anybody is interested in contacting us, they can call us at 843-792-9257, email at youth@musc.edu, or text youth to 44332. We're excited to work with you.
Talk a little bit about the response in the community and some of the results you see.
We've had many partnerships. We're partnered with 25 schools in the Low Country. We are partnered with a few of the larger events. We're excited to be a part of the STEM Festival and the Black Expo in March. And so we're really excited to extend our resources within the community.
How important, Doctor, is this for kids in our community?
Oh, it's so important. So we really want to prevent substance use in the first place. But for those who are struggling with substance use, we want to give them the opportunity to get treatment and also to contribute to science so we can better understand substance use.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for being part of our team.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Dean, thanks so much. Appreciate your involvement in our show tonight. Youth, text it to 44332. Thanks again, MUSC, for being a part of what we do. Well, each week, David Ayler Law Offices and Writers Law Group proud to highlight a scholar athlete from each participating school. The student selected will have an opportunity to win a $2,500 scholarship at the end of the season. Over the past 3 years, David Ayler Law Offices have given out $17,000 in scholarship money to local high school students from around the Low Country. As for tonight's scholar athletes, they are Jack Webb from West Ashley High School. He's got a 3.115 GPA. He's on the basketball team, 3-year player in the varsity. He's also involved with the Charleston Baptist Church Group, as well as Operation Christmas Child. Over at Fort Dorchester, say hello to Whitney Clevenger. Her GPA is a 5.008, plays soccer. She was Defensive Player of the Year, the MVP, also All-Region. She volunteers at 3rd Sunday Homeless Shelter, also Adopt a Highway, and Water Missions International. You're watching the MUSC Youth Collaborative Halftime Report. We're back after this. It's 22-22. And welcome back, everybody, to the MUSC Youth Collaborative Halftime Report. We saw what David Ayler does for the Low Country. Now let's hear from him.
David Ayler of the Ayler Law Office is the presenting sponsor of our Scholar Athlete. David, this is something special every year. Didn't know if we'd have basketball this year. Luckily, we do. How special is it to give it, especially this year when people might need it a little more?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, this is a tough year on everybody, particularly families with young children that are going to be moving into the next phase of their lives. These are great athletes that are going to be moving into all types of career paths and colleges, and it's really great to be a part of it and just try to help out in a little bit of a way.
I know you're a scholar yourself. It's got to be nice when they are scholar athletes.
Absolutely. But they're not scholars just in the classroom. Everything that they do, of course, on the court, but also outside of the school, outside of playing sports, what they do in their community means almost more than anything. David
Ayler from the Ayler Law Offices.
Thank you to Scott Eisberg for being a part of our broadcasts. Just the best.
Always try to help, you know. I always try to go out there and wear a nice suit to see Ayler, and his suit's always better than mine.
Are you intimidated by his suits?
He's got a great collection. A great collection.
I think we should put him in overalls. 22-22. Fort Dorchester and West Ashley. We're back after this in second half basketball. Welcome back, everybody, to Fort Dorchester High School, a tight one, low-scoring game. Tonight's basketball brought to you by Roper St. Francis Healthcare, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. along with Will Lou Gray, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, has been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. This is a game that Coach McElveen badly wants. They can lock up that #1 spot, I believe, tonight with a win. I think they've still got Somerville to play. But these teams do not want to play an extra game. They want to just get, or actually 2 games. They'd like that quick pass into the state championship tournament. If you finish outside of the #1 spot, you would play 2 games to get the #2 seed. So something we saw in football this year because of COVID, the high school league adjusting their playoff schedules. Just the top 2 teams from each region get in.
So Somerville and Fort Dorchester are both 2-0 in the region. So whatever team wins out will be able to defend, we'll play for that, we'll get the #1 seed. Fort Dorchester looking to defend the region title, so they'll still have to play Somerville. But if they win tonight, puts them in a nice position to control your own destiny against Somerville, which is what you want to do. You don't want to rely on other teams losing. You want to rely on yourself winning.
Turnover on their first possession by West Ashley. Fort Dorchester really extending their defensive pressure. Green led the way with 9 for Fort Dorchester. Middleton with 8. Shot inside by Jameek Williams.
Jameek Williams, streaky player. I saw him last week against Ashley Ridge. Player of the game that night. Outstanding night he had. Coach McElveen says, as they get the 3-pointer right there for Monkeys Jenkins. But
second of the game.
If, Jameek Williams is the kind of kid you've got to coach differently, he says. Sometimes you got to take it a little easier on him. You don't have to go all out on him. You'll get the message across simply speaking, not yelling. He said it's just a different way he takes coaching, but unbelievably talented and athletic. And the key for McElveen is understanding how you're going to coach Jameek on certain days.
Great block on the opposite end by Raekwon Middleton. And Porter's going to get into the lane, going to get a foul as he goes up for the shot.
And if there's one thing about Porter, he's got great body control, athleticism. He is going to be a star running back. He already is.
Completes the 3-point play and the 4-point lead. His first bucket of the game. Green controlling the ball, going to get 2 screens up top, doesn't want it. Now he'll take it from Williams. He's going to pull up, throw up the 3 off the glass, off the rim. West Ashley's going to push it forward. Middleton's got Mungeon. Mungeon's going to go up. They're going to call him for the charge, and that is #2, Temple Simmons. The second time he's taken a big hit under the bucket. Mungeon could have gone back with one more pass here, but he keeps it, picks up the foul. Simmons with a nice job taking the hit underneath.
He's not a big guy
Simmons
either.
doesn't look like. Right? That's how you measure heart right there.
Yeah. Can you take a charge? And he did. And that's what's going to earn you minutes on the floor. That's how you win minutes for Thomas McElveen.
Joyner from the outside. His second 3. He's got 8. Brings his team within a point. I don't think DeCarrion ever played basketball, did he?
Not for Fort, but he is such a good athlete, DeCarrion, and so he's just so good at everything he does. That's the thing about DeCarrion Joyner, so good at everything he does.
Daniel Lee's going to pick up the foul. 28-27 West Ashley right now. West Ashley will take it out underneath.
I think what we've learned about DeCarrion Joyner since he left Fort Dorchester is just how good of a person and how loyal of a person he is. I mean, there has been 15 times that he could have transferred from South Carolina and nobody would have complained or argued about it.
Yep.
And he has just stuck to it. He has stuck with it and showed how much appreciation he has for being where he is. He has kept his mouth shut. He has opened it for important causes. But he has been just the absolute role model student athlete in South Carolina.
Great look inside by Mungeon as the inside presence comes to attack him. He finds Smith inside for another 2 in a 30-27 game.
Down in 4A, we just got an update. Hilton Head starting to pull away from James Island for that region, 53-36, start of the 4th quarter.
Hilton has got a couple Division I prospects on that team. One kid who just moved in from Ohio. He's a senior going to UNC Wilmington. That is 3 quick fouls on Daniel Lee within the span of about 2 minutes.
You know, we now have teams that are playing down in that Hilton Head. For a while, our regions didn't really align with them. We never saw Hilton Head very often. Now we see Hilton Head, May River, Bluffton a lot. Beaufort a lot.
Yeah, that's the region Lucy Beckham was thrown into.
Yep, and then Colleton County as well. So, you know, Lucy and Colleton and James Island, 3 teams that we cover. Hilton Head, May River, Bluffton, teams that we don't. So it's kind of an overlap area, and we get to see some teams that we haven't seen a whole lot in the past.
Tell you what, so impressed by West Ashley and their aggressiveness, man. They fight for every ball. And the running back going up against the tight end. That's 5 for Porter. I mean, they do not give up on the ball. Decides not to go inside. That's Jabarier Green. First we've seen of him tonight. McElveen will tell you this is not the best that he's seen of his team play this year. Struggling to find the right 5 to make a run.
Kettering is coming off a championship season up in New York. The smallest level of private schools up there.
Inbounds pass turned over, but shot too hard. Poof. And that is Zaquan Smith with the steal. West Ashley will maintain possession here. Joyner just kind of disrupted the play by just being there.
Yep.
Fast break here off the turnover. That's Green. 32-29 now.
Marion Green's a really good player when he gets out on the break. Very in control, good vision to see if there's somebody as a trailer or anything like that.
Jenkins with another 3, his 3rd of the game. He's now got 11.
Jenkins a transfer. Good get for West Ashley. He came over from Burke, where he played last year, and Burke, a traditionally powerful program. Dion Richardson does an outstanding job there, as that's matched by Joyner on the other end, who hit some shots tonight from deep as well.
That's his 3rd 3. He's got 11 as well. Porter going inside. No foul called. McKelvey could have gotten it, maybe should have gotten it. West Ashley hitting their shots. Fort Dorchester not going away. 5-point game here in the 3rd quarter. You're watching High School Hoops on My TV Charleston, sponsored by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. Welcome back, everybody. Beads of sweat starting to trail down Coach McElveen's skull. Frustrated? Just want to see a little better, cleaner game from his team. Defensively, they're getting beat on the outside and the inside, missing assignments. Coach McElveen, a stickler to details. Screen up high. Green's going to take it in all himself. Ball is loose. Here comes West Ashley, and they've done this well all night long. Great hands by Joyner knocking that out.
Big story unfolding downtown tonight. The Citadel about to upset East Tennessee State.
What was Duggar Bockham last year, like 2-40?
Duggar Bockham did not win a Division I game last year after the Longwood game. Went 0 for the SoCon. I think 0-20 in the SoCon. Yeah. And, man, they've had some big wins this year. They've had some big wins this year. Opened up 9-0, and then, you know, have had some big wins
they beat
in the
Furman,
conference.
Didn't they?
Wofford.
Turnover.
Beat Wofford.
5-point lead. You got to take care of the ball. Green's going to put the bucket in. 37-34 now. Pressure up top by Capers and Green. Swing it to the corner. You got an open man underneath. That window closes. Porter going right, going to kick it back out. That's Middleton for three. Back iron, Joyner with a nice job getting the rebound. They're going to call a quick foul on Smith. Day wanted to take that all the way. Back and forth we go.
Like I was saying earlier about Ben Kettering, kind of moved off that topic when we hit a couple threes in the game, but I don't know how many classifications of private schools they have in New York City, but I know winning a city championship is a big deal. And he did that. It just shows that you could win a school called Poly Prep, but you win a city championship in New York, you know what you're doing as a coach.
Green with a nice job driving the lane, finding Geddes open for the easy layup. Now it's a 1-point game. Mungeon swings it. Smith's going to drive it, kick it inside to Porter. Porter can't get it, but he puts a body on the big fella. Ball still loose. Joyner pulls it out, kicks it ahead to Green. Here we go. That's going to be white ball. Great hustle by Joyner. That's how you win. That's how you come back. That's how you stay on the floor.
Yeah, I think
McElveen, I think he's starting to look like he's walking miles on that sidelines now.
Well, you got good red shoes to go up and down. Good sole protection there. The thing is, in his system, everything is competition. You're always competing, right? And in that situation, when you know you've got 15 guys that he's not afraid to put on the floor, that competition's got to drive you. You know, the stronger are going to survive, and that's what he uses to motivate. And but one thing about
Green, by the way, injured, and the trainer at Fort Dorchester, we talked to him at Coach McKissick's funeral. What was his name? Older gentleman, been there forever.
Oh,
the trainer at Fort Dorchester. See the top of the screen.
Sam, isn't it?
I can get the name, but he has been there forever. He's
Sam.
Awesome. Capers loses the ball inside.
Jimmy Rogers.
Jimmy Rogers. Here comes Smith. He's going to push it ahead. Stop pop for Jenkins. In and out doesn't go. Rebound by McPherson, who comes in for Green. Fort Dorchester with a bigger lineup now. McPherson goes up with it. Finds McKelvey. The stripe.
Nice stroke right there.
McKelvey with just his second bucket of the game. Now a 38-37 lead for the Fort. Mungeon gets it slapped away by McKelvey. Here we go to the other end. Day going to get his dunk now? Nope, just a layup. A little run going on now by Fort Dorchester. It's an 8-0 run.
Thomas McElveen said last year, Day literally started every game but one. There was one he didn't play well in practice, and he benched him to start the next game. And he said he's the kind of kid, he could have hung his head and been upset about it. He's a team leader. He said it was the exact opposite. He was in the huddle. He was cheering on his friends, his teammates. There's the block right there. But Day, just a consummate teammate, and that's what he likes most about him. That's why he's going to shed a tear when he's finished playing at Fort Dorchester High School.
Controls the game. Charge called on Munchen. Got a kick out.
West Ashley really has to weather this storm. I mean, this is the storm coming from the team that expects to win, and we probably expect to win. West Ashley weathers it, anyone's game in the fourth quarter.
Joyner disappointed not being able to finish off that drive. Did a nice job cutting to the lane and then protecting the ball to his side and then putting the shot up. He has played a lot of minutes tonight, trying to find a breath somewhere in that gymnasium.
And you see O'Marion Green back there with Jimmy Rogers. Look towards that hallway when we're watching foul shots. He was stretching it out, and he seems to be coming back to the bench right now. So that's good news for Fort Dorchester. Jimmy Rogers, when we were speaking to him at John McKissick's funeral, you and I were waiting in line for probably 2 hours to speak to the McKissick family. And we were talking to him. He was telling us how he was a former trainer at South Carolina State and then the Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins, yeah. That's right. Second free throw taken off of the board for a lane violation. That's what makes coaches really old right there. Also, a great move by McElveen to take Joyner out to give him a breath here. Look at that look. You don't want to. That's what he looks like when his kids come in too late at night. Right?
Yeah, that's the, you I've never given that look. I put my kids to bed. You've given that look.
No,
before.
I haven't, man. Because my father owned that look. He patented that look. You got to a point where you knew once he locked in on you, man, it was like Top Gun. You just didn't look. You didn't look back. And by the time we were all getting ready to leave the house, it became funny, and then he just cracked a smile, and that was that. My kids never broke curfew, never broke the rules. Come on. But I do like to play at getting Joyner out of the game and give him a rest before the quarter break. It's just smart coaching.
Everything we could have asked for in this game tonight. Been fun to watch, up and down. Good skill, good shooting. And then it's Sakaris Smalls walking back with the foot injury. Looked like he had a bit of a limp. And that coach that was standing right next to Ben Kettering right there is actually his brother. He is the youngest of 5. That's his brother Paul. And he said it's been awesome, you know, crashing with him in James Island, coaching with him at West Ashley. It's awesome.
West Ashley looking for the last shot here. Vasco looking for a screen. Kick it out. One more. Great play by Capers. Picks off the pass, gonna take it in. Follow-up doesn't go. Ball bouncing around, give it to Vasco. So Fort Dorchester with a couple of shots at the buzzer after West Ashley can't secure the last shot to end it. It's a 41-37 lead. The Patriots enjoy a 9-0 run as we head to the fourth. All right, welcome back to Fort Dorchester High School. That right there, that's not age, that's experience.
Absolutely.
Right now I've got O'Marion Green with 13 for Fort. Davion Joyner with 14, 9 in that quarter. We're going to call an offensive foul on Tavion McPherson.
And the news coming out of downtown Citadel, 79, ETSU 71, game over. The Bulldogs now 11-7, 4-7 in the conference. First back-to-back SoCon wins in 3 years.
Stop pop inside by Monquise Jenkins. That's 13 for him right now, leading the way.
And the thing about that Citadel win, ETSU beat them 2 weeks ago by 28.
That shot's going to be off. Inside rebound by Middleton. Joyner back on the floor. Looks for a steal. Doesn't get it. Jenkins going to bring it up. Going to take it to the middle and get his floater. They're going to call another charge. That's a third now for the Patriots defense.
And a huge game to watch for these two teams is that Somerville-Ashley Ridge game. They are tied at 51 going to overtime right now.
C.J. Capers, former West Ashley assistant with Nate Romberger under Ronnie Dupree. C.J. took over the Ashley Ridge program. Just fantastic. Jenkins taken out. Don't know if that's his 5th or just his 4th.
If it is his 5th, they get a free timeout out of it.
Caden Black going into the game right now. Maybe if we can ask our Red Hat to find out for us. He's on the scene. Find out how many fouls that is on Jenkins. Joyner going inside. Black doing a nice job on defense. They're going to call him over the back, though, on McPherson. It looks like Patriots are now in the bonus.
Ben Kettering very calm and laid back and explaining things, not in your face or anything like that. Certainly has a cool, calm, collected demeanor, which I think these days a lot of kids take to that.
First and misses the front end of that 1-and-1. Chance for West Ashley to tie. They double team up top. Joyner with the steal, going to take it all the way in, flip it over his head. Porter going to be called for the foul. Yeah, that pass on the trap near the line, that's got to be a bounce pass somewhere. A lot of times you'll see offensive player trapped and nobody comes to assist. Got to go help the guy. McElvey now on his 10th mile walking the sidelines.
He's preparing for the bridge run.
Joyner now with 15. Make it 16 and extend the lead to 4. See how long he is. There's the bounce pass to get out of it. Black going to give it back. That's going to be a block. Love Smith helping up the opponent.
Good job by Smith getting to the line. Interesting thing about West Ashley, all 5 of their starters are juniors, a junior laden team. So, they're a pretty confident bunch, and they'll all be back next year. You gotta like that when you have 5. Now it's not as fun when you graduate 5 seniors, but it is nice after this year to have 5 juniors rising.
Smith was 7 on the night. Off the back rim.
The one thing you do, you have to hit your foul shots. We say it every game, but those are freebies. You gotta hit foul shots when they're given to you.
Kaywan Wright in for McPherson. Wright's a senior. That one will go. Green back. Looked like he had injured his ankle a little bit. Black pressuring the ball up top. Green off his shoe. Here comes Smith. He's going to kick it to the corner. Black from the corner. In and out doesn't go. Joyner active underneath. There's Black. Great rebound. Ooh, he had a chance to get into McKelvey if he wanted the shot of the foul.
Caden Black, another member of that junior squad, that junior class, and showed a lot of confidence there, following a shot, knowing exactly went into the land of the bigs, picked up that rebound. They didn't get a basket out of it, but he showed a lot with that possession.
Capers just a sophomore, going to get around Middleton, but I'm going to say he hooked him maybe with his arm. You keep an eye at this point on who takes care of the ball the most. West Ashley's got one turnover. We'll go Fort with one. We'll see how it works out in the last 5.5 minutes of the game. There's the bounce pass to get out of the press. And attack the basket. Going to be short. Bosco can't reel it in. Here comes Capers on the run. Going to bounce pass ahead to Green. Not going to get it. They want to say the man came out of bounds and inbounds.
What a block there. That's his second big block of the night, Demetrius McKelvey.
I would say McKelvey, if I was going to start a beach volleyball team, I know who I'm calling.
Well, it's funny. We called him Charles Oakley and everything else like that, but I mean, Thomas McElveen literally says it in his notes. He is my rim protector, and that's what he's doing. He's an excellent shot blocker because he doesn't foul. He blocks shots without fouling. And he's more or less your enforcer. He's not going to let other guys on his own team get bullied. He's going to stand up for guys on his team. You want players like that.
Capers foul, goes to the line. Don't know if they're in the double bonus. I would say yes, they are. Good hustle play led to the foul. That foul short. Basco with the rebound, so 0 for 2 from the line. Lose out an opportunity for some points. Porter going to break down the lane. Left hand, that's going to go. That shot's been there all night from him if he's wanted it.
He has that quick little stutter step, and then he's off to the races. He gets right down the key, right down the lane. He's able to get up there and finish. Very impressive basketball.
They're going to call an offensive foul on McKelvey on the screen. I've seen Porter 80% of the time tonight. He'll get it in the lane and then he'll look to pass. He's got the jets where he could take it straight to the rim.
It's almost like finding that hole in football and taking it.
He doesn't mind getting hit. We already know that, right?
No, yeah, he's a guy that's kind of fit for that.
Last lead for West Ashley was 37-36. Go inside, the little floater, that's going to go, and the lead back now to the Wildcats. Who was that, 11?
I thought it was Raekwon Middleton, but I'm not positive.
No, I would agree with you.
Yeah, it was Raekwon Middleton.
So 44-43, clock under 5. They're going to throw it inside to McKelvey. He's got Green on the corner if he wants it. Green's going to take it strong to the hole, dish it. Great defense, cut off that lane inside by Middleton. Then Joyner's there. Green with the block from the backside, no call. Smith scrambling inside, ball on the floor. Gonna have a jump ball here. Not sure where possession arrow goes. Great hustle, both ends of the floor.
Really like how hard these guys are playing on both teams, really evenly matched. And it's a good matchup. It's a run and gun type game, but guys are playing in control. It's not like it's a street ball type game. It's very much controlled and well coached.
Caden Black with some good strong minutes. It was a short run, but he did his job. You got Porter, Vasco, Middleton, Mungin, and Smith. Vasco inside. There's the guy, probably his 4th block of the game. Joyner over the top with it. Here comes Simmons with it. Tell you what, if you're going to take advantage of McKelvey, you've got to get him up in the air. He's going to want to jump. And that's when you go into him, get the body on him, get the foul called.
What that also does, I mean, Vasco hasn't shot a whole lot tonight. He might shoot with a little more hesitation now that he's been blocked by a guy who kind of is their rim protector.
Good weak side rebound by West Ashley. Almost turn it over. They don't. That one's going to be tipped out of bounds by Fort Dorchester.
You know, Vasco is giving up a ton of size to McKelvey.
Yeah, listen, it's hard to shoot over those arms. But I mean, he so wants to block it.
Yeah.
We'll find out in the next 4 minutes. This one down to the wire, and why not save the best for last? You're watching High School Hoops, brought to you by Roper St. Francis, driven by Cruz Chevrolet. All right, welcome back, everybody. Fort Dorchester down just a point, 44-43. At one point, they had taken a 41-37 lead after a 9-0 run. And then right now in the 4th quarter, it has been a 5-2 advantage to West Ashley. Porter kicks it out. See how they play this zone defense. They're going to call a foul on Green. That should send West Ashley to the line. Mungin. They are in the double bonus as well, so they'll have 2 shots here. Off the front rim, back rim, won't go. Fort Dorchester's already missed 3 free throws in this quarter. Big one here for Mungin to extend the lead to 2.
Somebody in the crowd making some noise and some sound effects there. It's funny because McElveen said last year we had Club Fort going on with the DJ and everything else. No Club Fort tonight.
Going to be a pushing foul on Vasco that's going to send McKelvey to the line. This may turn out to be a free throw contest if we're not careful. It's 9:15. We could be here for another hour at this rate. Smooth by the big fella, averaging 13 on the year. Just his 5th point of the night. Probably more blocks than points. They're tied up at 44.
That's his job. Charles Oakley didn't win games by scoring a ton of points. He had Patrick Ewing and John Starks there to do that. Charles Oakley did his job.
Great hustle by Joyner. Going to give the ball back to Green. The floater inside going to be short. Foul's going to be called on...
Is it Porter?
Somebody. Came under the basket. Could have been on Porter. That'll send Geddes to the line. Devin Geddes, sophomore.
Football player as well. Steve LaPrade with a heck of a football program at Fort Dorchester. He's there in the gym tonight. Saw him doing his administrative duties, not his coaching duties tonight, but it's just been a constant stream of players from Fort Dorchester to the college ranks to the NFL. I mean, it's just a stream.
1 of 2 for Geddes, and a 1-point lead now for Fort Dorchester with 3:05. Here comes the trap. The bounce pass to Porter. He's going to give it back out on top. It's almost like they play a little triangle defense at the top. And they want to pressure there. Capers does a nice job going back, protecting the middle of the floor. You see him there blocking off Porter. They're going to have to attack the middle at some point.
Do you attack the middle, though, with McKelvey there? I mean, do you have to... What do? You do one of two things. You can have it right here and then cut to the basket, or you can just drive hard to the lane and pick up a foul. You know McKelvey's going to come to the free throw line and get you, as long as you've got somebody down on the baseline that cuts to the basket to take a bounce pass. But if your guys are going to stand around, you've got nothing to do. Nice job by Smith to get to the line. Been impressed with him. Changed his name from Sipe to Smith halfway through the game. It's amazing what Twitter direct messages will tell you.
Point game here. 3 missed field goals, or 3 missed free throws by West Ashley. 5 in the quarter for Fort Dorchester. McKelvey clearing the glass on a double miss. With 2:20. Green stops, pops, back rim doesn't go. McKelvey's there. Right hand shot doesn't go. Here comes Middleton. He's going to be fouled by Green. McKelvey was just in a weird position to get that shot off. Shot off with his right hand, but was never really in control with his body.
And if there's one part of McKelvey's game that he wants to kind of hone, it would probably be on the offensive side. But that's not really why he's in this game. I mean, he is in this game because of his size, his strength, his ability to defend. Any offense you get from him is a bonus. I've been impressed with West Ashley matching the athleticism and the intensity of Fort Dorchester. I mean, Fort came in a bunch of football players, big, strong, athletic, and West Ashley just hasn't backed down to them at all.
Need a free throw drop, doesn't. McKelvey, that's 6 straight missed free throws. Fort's going to pressure it, then pull it back out. That's veteran play right there by the junior. Veteran because he's been playing on this team since a freshman. He's going to kick it out. I don't shoot this ball unless I'm 2 feet to the basket. And it's an easy one. If you're able to get that, that'll be our Will Lou Gray point in the paint. Will Lou Gray, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. What do I know? What do I know? Chauncey Capers says, Dean, zip it. They kick it back out. The 3 ball doesn't go. Going to be out of bounds. 48-44. Listen, Capers is just a sophomore. What does he know? He's wide open, feels it,
there's no
drains
fear.
it.
There's no fear. If there's no fear, let him go.
A minute 13 or so to play. A 4-point game for Fort Dorchester. Joyner going to give it back to Capers. Mungin's going to be called for the push.
You know, it's actually Temple Simmons. We had the digitized
Temple
video.
Simmons. Sorry about that.
Digitized video there. It was hard to tell between the 1 or the 2. It's actually a 2 on his back. Temple Simmons hitting that shot, and there he is right there. Apologize for the video occasionally buffering like that. We talked about it in the women's game earlier tonight. That just trying to basically broadcast on cell phone signal, and it's been an unbelievable job and an effort by the engineers getting it done and getting this full season of basketball. We're a minute away from completing a season in a pandemic from a conference room, and I'll take that as a win.
Jack Webb checking into the game.
Our scholar athlete.
Simmons with a big free throw. 3 of 8 from the line in this quarter alone. West Ashley 1 of 6. His 2 free throws going to put them up 50-44 now. I've seen Webb play in the past. He's got the ability to shoot the 3, probably why he's in.
So important in moments like this. Listen to your coach and do what he says. We saw it last night in the Gamecocks game. And not a situation like this. What were you going to say?
I mean, that was the weirdest thing.
Well, Frank Martin literally said, I gave them, if just for anyone who didn't see it last night, explaining what happened, 3.9 seconds left in the game. South Carolina down 3, inbounding the ball off a timeout.
Under their basket.
Under their own basket. And Jermaine Cousinard literally just threw it to Justin Minaya, who was wide open in front of him, who laid it in. Well, you can't pass to the guy who's wide open underneath.
Alabama chose not to guard him
because they could double out on the perimeter.
So yeah, they had pressed all the way out past the 3-point line.
Right, and so Minaya said, no, the plan was to shoot a 3. At that point, I got the ball. I didn't have time to kick it out or run it out myself and shoot. Frank Martin says, I gave Cousinard 3 options of guys cutting to hit a 3, and it was just a brain fart moment. I mean, it was a brain fart moment.
I've got to go back and look at it. I never saw anybody move at the top of the key. But anyway, I don't know. It was wild. But I give a lot of props to Alabama. Really smart play.
Yeah, and I believe Martin in the fact that his immediate reaction was about 8 expletives as soon as they hit that.
I bet Frank Martin's never seen that happen before in his college career. I've never seen it like that.
It was just kind of a microcosm.
Oh, that is so soft. So soft. Ref's going to call Vasco on a block trying to set a screen. Under a minute to play, 2-possession game.
Oh, that was, yeah, he stuck the arm out a little bit, but very, very ticky-tack.
So we'll send Joyner to the line. Webb comes out.
Webb's in there for his offense.
Will not be a shooting. It won't be a foul for Joyner to go to the line. Green now. You got a foul at some point. There it is.
Noah Stevens in there to give the foul. He's got 5 to give, so Noah Stevens came in. Ben Kettering going to play a little offense-defense with his subs.
There you go. It's 3 in a row from the line.
Webb comes back in, kind of a sharpshooter option.
That's the first point I've got for Green in the second half after giving 13. He's now got 15. Joyner was 16 in a 8-point lead. I think that 8-point lead is the largest lead of the game right now.
It's the right time to do it. And you know what? Good teams hit their free throws down the stretch. Fort Dorchester did that tonight. They've done that tonight.
Tyler Blackwood coming in for Kettering.
Wow, and this is going to set up for a showdown. I believe it'll be Friday night. Somerville beats Ashley Ridge 56-55 in overtime. So that's going to set up Fort Dorchester and Somerville.
And like you said, I think it's a lot of whistleblowing going on. But not having Sicarius Smalls, the junior who scored 25 a game the last 3 games, certainly played a difference. And I believe that's Smalls right there in the black jacket.
Yeah, I mean,
certainly would have made a difference tonight.
If nothing else, I mean, obviously he's more than nothing else. I mean, he's a 20-point-a-game scorer, but he's somebody that could bang down low with Demetrius McKelvey. And West Ashley, you know, even if he was able to box out McKelvey a little bit, get under his skin a little bit, make him pick up a couple more fouls, it's a totally different ball game for West Ashley. You're totally right about that.
So I don't know what you draw up with under 47 to go and an 8-point lead.
It's Tyler Blackwood in the game, inbounding the ball for West Ashley now. If nothing else, time is not really on your side if you're West Ashley.
Porter inside, floater's gonna go. They're gonna throw it all the way down. They've got it, McKelvey, look out. Yeah. That one either was gonna bring down the roof, the rim, the brace, or throw his right shoulder out of socket. Webb from the corner, in and out, doesn't go. 54-56, 54-46. McKelvey with the big dunk. Yeah, you see the coach celebrating on the sidelines, but I will tell you, he wasn't feeling that way for about 95% of the game. Fort Dorchester brings it. They were down 44-43 in the fourth quarter. They finish out on an 11-2 run. Defense and offense down the stretch. Big win. A lot of respect for West Ashley tonight and what their new coach is doing there. We're back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Our Crew Chevy player of the game. It was a toss-up, but Omarion Green with 13 in the first half. A couple of big free throws down the stretch. Davion Joyner can take a piece of it as well. This is our final game of this year. Brought to you by Roper St. Francis Hospital, where experience matters. Cruz Chevrolet on Rivers, where you've got a friend in the car business. And Will Luke Grade, the premier school of its kind in South Carolina, has been helping willing students build a better future for nearly 100 years. Big thanks tonight to all the schools who took part in this year's games. Also to the crew out in the field taking care of the video, the crews back here at home for making all of this happen. So a big shout out to our general manager, Mary Margaret Nelms. She was juggling knives, chainsaws, and burning branches to get this schedule together. For Scotty, I'm Dean Stevens. It has been a pleasure to be with you tonight and the entire season. Have a great week, everybody.